Hey, what's going on, guys? Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you can hear me all good. Shout out to anybody who might be watching. Let me just check if it's audios. There we go. Yeah, we're good. Hey guys, if you're watching on YouTube, be sure to drop a like on the stream. It's very much appreciated. If you're watching on the short stream and you're watching on mobile, you can touch and hold the screen for 2 seconds. A like button will pop up. You can drop a like on the stream that way. And if you're watching on desktop and you're watching on that stream, come over to the main stream over on the channel. You can watch it in 1440p, or you can come over to Twitch as well and watch it in full screen HD, all that glory. So if you're watching in a vertical format, it's mainly for mobile. But hey, if you want to watch it like that, I guess, you know, whatever. Just letting you know, though. Just letting you know. We're back with some more Terra Fantasy again today because I have been enjoying playing the game so far. It's new, it's fun, it's fresh for me, I guess. We're going to continue to play that. Later on, probably play some Wuthering Waves tonight, just get some dailies done, start the grind again, finish off the podcast because we're at about level 64, 65 now. We're getting there. Want to get that finished because I think there's a week left on it, isn't there? So we need to crank that out this week. Get that sorted and ready for the new stuff. Obviously, new week as well. We got resets, so we can start grinding for more mats to max out Jinsei, basically. We're going to max out Jinsei, we're going to max out Jian, we're going to max out Changlei, but now we're just waiting for weekly resets because obviously we need weekly boss mats for that. So it's going to take a little bit of extra time. You know, it is what it is. It is what it is. We're going to watch some videos as well. Oh, yeah, a new video on my channel has just gone up. Be sure to check it out, guys. Appreciate it if you do. Let me just share it in Discord, actually. Anybody who wants to check it out over there, give me a second here. I'm going to pin it in the Twitch chat as well. Pop that in there as well. Let's pin that. In the stream. Alright. Do that for YouTube also. Give me a second here. Give me a second here. So if you want to check out that video, you're more than welcome to. Pin that into the short stream chat as well. Oh, need to do something first. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. Stick that on Twitter. So yeah, we're going to check out a few videos first, and then we're going to jump into some gaming. Why not? Again, like I say, I've actually been enjoying Terra Fantasy so far. I am playing through 1.0, which a lot of people are doing. I just skip it, but I kind of want to experience the initial experience that a lot of people got, for better or for worse. So I thought we'll try that. We might get tired of it, but I think, according to chat, we can switch and go back to doing the new stuff if we really get frustrated with it. We're going to give it a go and try, as I said, for better or for worse, you know, get the vibe of what the game was like when it came out for everybody. So I can really get it, you know, get an idea of what the game's all about. I think if I skip content, I can't really say, well, this is what the game is. Of course, I can give my opinion and say, you know what, I just wanted to get past that. But, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? We ain't going to mess around today. We're going to get straight into it. Let me get OBS up so you guys can actually see what's going on. And then we're going to jump into some videos, react to some stuff, and then play some Terra Fantasy. Okay. All right, let's pop that over there. Let's get out of the way. Just switch over, see if you guys can actually see what's cracking. See what's cracking. Yeah, you guys can see it, I think, yeah. You guys can see it. Let me disable that. All right, bring up chat. Okay. All right, and and should we check out some videos? All right, let's start off with this one from Rev Says Desu, actually.
Hey, what's up, guys? We're
Because I'm curious about this one. All right, and let's check out this video from Rev Says Desu, the humiliating downfall of the Hoyoverse boycotts. I'm curious about this because I did say that I expected it to be a failed boycott. Most boycotts typically are, especially when Hoyoverse doesn't necessarily really give a damn about the moral compass of the Western audience in the terms of how we look at a lot of things nowadays, regards to social cultural issues and our umbrage with things they might be doing. So let's see what's going on in the video then, shall we?
here. So we're going to get a trilogy out of this situation. It looks like we're going to have a third update on the Genshin Impact boycott because now it has breached containment and gone to other
sequels upon sequels
Hoyoverse games, and the results of this boycott are absolutely hilarious. But real quickly, before we get into those updates, a reminder.
Again, as I said, boycotts rarely do well. You've only got to look at the Hogwarts Legacy situation. The whole internet was ablaze with the, let's call them activists, claiming that the game needed to be stopped. It was terrible. We all know why, that they were going to boycott it. It was this big thing. Everybody thought it was going to fail. Anybody who had any sense didn't think that. And the game went on, I think, to sell like 35 million copies. Was a wild success. And actually was my game of the year for last year. Absolutely loved the game. Had so much fun with it. Such a beautiful game. And hopefully we get a sequel or something else set in that universe. Maybe, you know, I'd have loved to have saw something where you get to leave school and do stuff within the Harry Potter universe. I just think it's cool. Let's get on with the video.
To those who might have missed out, I recently released my Straub in Rev Maid Cafe bundle here, featuring some new advanced GG plastic shakers and jars. You can bundle these together or get them individually, but I say this again because we've already had to restock some of the items in this because they are selling out that fast. So don't miss out on this opportunity to collect any of these items or the bundle itself, and make sure to use code REV at checkout to save 10% on your order. All the information for this will be in
Get
the
yourself some goodies
so
if you want to.
what happened here? Well, recently Genshin Impact revealed a new Natlan region coming to the game, and immediately this was met with a lot of hostility and controversy because people believe that the characters in this fictional region of a video game were being whitewashed because they were too.
I think I had a hot take within the space. I think Rev's going to say something similar to what I was saying. In my opinion, when you're creating a fantasy world, even if it's inspired by real life people, real life places, real life cultures, it doesn't have to look like that culture, look like that place, look like those people. It's just inspiration to create something fictional. Hey, we all love some representation, and I get that side of things. But at the end of the day, in fantasy worlds, you can't expect things that are inspired by things that you love or represent you to actually look like you at the end of the day, because it's just a fictional fantasy world. And as well, expecting that from a Chinese developer, you're just shouting into the void. It's just not going to happen. They're going to listen to the Chinese player base, and they just don't care about this stuff either. So in my opinion, it was always destined to fail.
Too fair-skinned. You can see the main petition here now has over 100,000 signatures of people trying to make MiHoYo or Hoyoverse do something about this situation. And we've seen many tactics. We've covered this in the last two videos regarding the subject. We've had people try to mass flag official Genshin Impact accounts. The signatures have reached over 100,000. We've had all kinds of claims.
Wild that they do stuff like that, go to the point of mass flagging official Genshin accounts. That's crazy, that is.
Of cultural appropriation and racism. We've had voice actors come forward and encourage people to boycott the game. We've even seen some people try to get removed, Genshin Impact removed from Google Play and Apple stores. And
like that's ever gonna happen? Like that was ever gonna happen?
Also, we've had people encourage others to share this boycott with their local politicians. It's absolutely ridiculous. And
yeah, no, like your local MPs, like, do you know what? I was planning to buy the new banner, but I'm not gonna now, actually. My constituents have raised this with me, and it's disgusting. I was gonna wail, but not no more.
And the reason this has failed is because the majority of the people supporting this supposed boycott are still playing Hoyoverse games.
Exactly. I saw so many people saying, if you don't like this, stop playing Genshin, go play another game, go play Star Rail, go play Zenless Zero, or just go play a different game altogether. And it's like, if you go and play another one of their games and you still buy, you're still putting money into the same company's pockets that you're saying that, oh, they're terrible and we can't support them. The idea that, oh, if you're going to go away from Genshin and spend money on a Honkai Star Rail, that Hoyo care. At the end of the day, they're not going to care. They're still cutting a check. I was speaking about this in the video where we were reacting to Styx and the Neverness to Everness killing Terra Fancy, which I don't think it would. But even if it did cannibalize some of the audience that's already left Terra Fancy and gone to other games and brings them back to Neverness to Everness, why would Hodder care about that? They're bringing an audience back. And if you're moving from one Hoyo game to the other, why are Hoyo going to actually care? And even if you don't, the big spenders are in China, and they will more than make up for probably a lot of these people being probably small spenders or free-to-play players boycotting the game as well. Because I bet there's so many people who are free-to-play talking about boycotting the game, and they're not going to care about you at all.
Imagine the iron will of these Twitter slacktivists is hilarious. But anyways, here is the big update. This was reported 2 days ago. So in wake of this Hoyoverse boycott, it has been reported that Zenless Zone Zero made nearly 100 million.
Heard about this, insane. And I think like 60% of that was in China. So again, even if the boycott was sort of successful, it still doesn't matter to them because they're still making money hand over fist in China. And of course, it's probably going to suck if they start losing money in the West. They're not going to want that. But at the end of the day, even the people who might boycott the game for a little while, they'll probably end up playing another Hoyo game. And in the end, they'll come crawling back, as people usually do in these situations. They get a bit of angst in the moment and they can't help themselves because FOMO, instant gratification of modern people. I've just got to go play Genshin. I can't help it anymore.
$1 billion in revenue for the month of July alone.
Insane.
In fact,
actually insane. Like minus all this. Insane.
Has increased by nearly 10%. Wow. Who could have saw that coming? I think the citizens of Natlan will thank you, Twitter users, for your dedicated service, basically freely promoting Genshin Impact as well.
Yeah, this is what usually happens with these boycotts, is it ends up backfiring because it just brings more people's eyes on something that maybe they wasn't interested in, and then there'll be those base people and like, well, actually, I'm going to go and play the game now and try it out and actually find out they might like the game. I don't think it's done any, well, it obviously hasn't done any damage to Hoyo, but I don't think it's really done any PR damage to Hoyo either, apart from maybe small contingents in the West. I think the majority of people in the West as well are just like, it's a non-matter. I get it. Again, I don't think the need to represent anything, but I understand people wanting representation. I do totally get that from a human side of things. But I think if you're expecting corporations to represent you, I think I just think you're barking up the wrong tree, especially, you know, Chinese companies that just don't fuck with all that shit. It's just wild to expect to get anything out of them.
Well as Hoyoverse games. And a lot of people, I think, are genuinely playing these games out of spite for these boycotters because they're that annoying. But on top of that, it has not slowed down any of the efforts of the accounts trying to promote this boycott. You can see a tweet from 2 days ago, right after that news was released, saying this.
The thing that gets me as well, with it being a Chinese game, what do they mean by whitewashing? Yeah, they've got light skin, but what's to say the characters are white? You know, that's a very Western attitude to take. Who's saying that these characters are white and not Asian in an Asian game and they just want to create Asian characters? Not saying that's what it is, because at the end of the day, for me, anime can represent pretty much anybody. I suppose I get it. Representation again for people who might want characters that look like them. Or you just like, again, you're barking up the wrong tree.
We're just getting started. The boycott isn't going anywhere until we achieve our goals. We will keep escalating until Hoyoverse stop whitewashing and provide authentic representation in their games.
Not happening, bro. Not happening, bro.
Hashtag representation matters. I mean, at this point, just give it up. What else can you do? You've gotten over 100,000 signatures on a petition, and it literally didn't do it.
Just let it go, bro. It's over. Hanging on by a thread. Basically hanging on by a thread. These boycotts are wild sometimes. Like I say, I get it. I understand. Because that is the best way to get a corporation or you know, or any sort of company like that to listen, is to hit them where it hurts. And that is in the pocket. But these guys just don't represent enough people within said community to make a difference. So I get it. Be vocal about it if it bothers you. But I think trying to call for a boycott continually, you are just, again, you know, you're just reaching, and it's not going to happen. And it's maybe just better putting your energy elsewhere and just stop playing the game yourself. I think a lot of these people probably continue to play the game and want to continue to play the game. They just want everybody to stop for a short period so they get what they want, which is fair, but they're probably still playing the game anyway, I bet you.
Anything. In fact, some people would argue you helped increase their overall revenue at Hoyoverse. And the coping and delusions just keep getting worse. You can see this concerned user saying, any responses from the ambassadors yet? I've heard some stuff about Maori, but I haven't seen any concrete proof where they say, with no proof, yes, there's quite a few ambassadors on the list. Let's be honest, there are no ambassadors, politicians, or anyone who really cares about what's going on in this fictional game. In fact, this is the closest thing to an official...
Even if there were, would Hoyo really care any more? I don't know, maybe it would get a little, you know, it'd get megaphoned a little bit more potentially, but, you know, I don't think people who typically play Genshin are going to be listening any more to a politician than they are their favorite content creator, and even majority of those people's favorite content creators have probably mentioned it, have probably said it's a little bit icky, maybe problematic, because I've seen some people say, and then they carry on playing the game themselves anyway, because they really don't care either.
Official response that any of these boycotters have gotten, and it's a bot response from Hoyoverse support basically saying, thanks for your feedback and your complaints. Please be kindly reminded that Genshin Impact is a work of fiction and is not related to actual people, events, groups, or organizations.
Thanks, but no thanks. Fuck off. That's basically what he's saying.
Yes. It is very sad
in a polite
how many
way.
Times Hoyoverse has to remind players and Twitter users that this is a game and it's not meant to represent anything in real life. In fact, it seems like this sort of response is more important than ever when dealing with these boycotters, because they have shifted their attack, right? So originally they're going after cultural appropriation and racism that they believe exists in the Natlan region preview, but now they're trying to do something else because clearly that's not working. So now they're attacking other problematic aspects of the Hoyoverse games. So this begins with this post that was posted about 2 weeks ago, but it's been getting a lot of attention over the past couple of days. It is a promotional piece for the Hoyoverse game Guns Girl Z. Now, in this promotion, there is a ton of
Guns Girl Z. Never even heard of it. Never even heard of it. Now, probably what's going to happen here is that people are probably going to go and play that game and potentially get more revenue, because I've never even heard of that game.
Characters being promoted. And honestly, if you know anything about the Hoyoverse, that is not surprising.
Right.
However, a lot of people who are boycotting the Hoyoverse were very...
The way they just usually get around it is by like, oh, she's like 300 years old or something, but she just happens to look like a child.
offended by this piece right here. And again, as always, if you don't like Lolly characters, that's fine. But just don't play any Hoyoverse games. Like, what else would you expect? It's a part of every game they make. And the reaction...
Man, it's a part of a lot of anime culture, full stop. Let's stop pretending it's not. You know, not a fan of it myself. You know, I like waifus in anime, and I like sick action and dark themes. I love all that. Not a big fan of that. But at the end of the day, I don't get pissy when a character's introduced in a show that I'm watching or a game I'm playing, because I get it. It's kind of part and parcel of the whole thing, you know what I mean? And there's plenty of anime that don't do that, and games that don't do that. It's best just, again, like you say, stay away from those.
Reaction to this tweet is very mixed. You have aunties who are very upset, and then everyone else who is very excited about this promotional piece. On top of that, here are some of the quotes. You can see this user saying, face boycott from the most insufferable people in existence. Use the 4-letter word that is like kryptonite to them. I kneel. Yes, they did a tactical lolly deployment here. And you can see Twitter, as usual, is scared of the scary little 4-letter word that haunts their dreams. And
dude, I must admit though, some of the trolls to these people sometimes crack me up.
Of course, you can see the more ridiculous responses, people saying effing pedos, game end yourself. And you'd even see some of the accounts associated with the boycott weighing in on the situation, saying, trigger warning, very suggesting content of lollies from MiHoYo. And they say, for the haters, guess I'm not, I'm sorry for not wanting to support a company that makes this type of content. For all the others, let it be known that MiHoYo makes content like this.
I don't know this person, but I'm going to assume that they're spreading these boycott stuff because of Natlan. I'm going to assume that they've played Hoyo games and probably played Genshin. Could totally be wrong. I'm like kind of pulling this out my ass at the moment. So that means they've been playing Hoyo up until this point where they've kind of got frustrated with the lack of representation, which is totally fine to have that opinion, but trying to call for a boycott again, useless, but then trying to take that into attacking the company for its other characters. It's like, did you have this energy before the Natlan situation, or is this just after you got angry at the Natlan situation? As Rev says, that didn't work, right, let's pivot and use this now because this is gonna work. Kind of weird. Again, this person might not even play the games, which then in itself is kind of weird that they're on about boycotting the game. So I'm just going to assume, and I think it's safe to say, that they've probably been playing Genshin, and now they've got a problem with these sort of characters.
Wow, I can't believe the Hoyoverse stock hasn't plummeted after this tweet. And of course, this clip is just obligatory at this point.
I saw you from across the airport, and I was just wondering if, like, are you a tourist? Are you a tourist?
Yeah, I'm sorry. We don't really have the time to talk right now. We're in the middle of figuring something out.
You are a tourist?
Yeah, we're dealing with a lot of tourists here who are being exposed over this situation. They show that they know nothing about Hoyoverse when they're trying to...
Or they're being disingenuous. It's either they're tourists and they're ignorant and then they're just trying to be a part of this whole activism culture, which in itself is just, or they're just disingenuous, which is exactly just as icky itself, you know? It's like, come on, man. But it's not to be, it doesn't surprise me nowadays, man. Being perpetually offended, habitually offended, has become a way to earn a living for a lot of people nowadays, hasn't it?
To boycott it, but also support it at the same time. I mean, who would have thought a company whose slogan is Tech Otakus Save the World would also have otaku culture and some of its aspects shown in its game like lolly characters. And on top of that, this shows that they don't know anything about Hoyoverse because Guns Girl Z was the first mobile game created by MiHoYo, and they have always...
See, I'm learning stuff here myself. Didn't even know about this game. I never even heard of it, so I guess people being offended now has brought this to light. Probably not going to play it because I'm not really the mobile kind of gamer, but still.
Had lolly characters, so the fact that they're not even aware of this game's existence or what's going on inside of this game shows that they're tourists. And on top of that, as pointed out by many users, you thought MiHoYo would be adverse to lolly content? Here is the lead designer of Zenless Zone Zero. And of course, you can see many different lolly characters, and they're doing different tropes involving this lolly character. On top of that, you have another person saying, quote retweets full of Genshin fans who somehow just found out MiHoYo is full of lolicons. You think they would have figured this out when it was announced that the lead character designer of Zenless Zone Zero is Watakuma, who is the same guy who made Bosch in Azur Lane, who's also a lolly character. And again, you can see the response.
It's just wild. Like, again, like I say, they're either disingenuous or they are tourists in the idea that that after the Natlan situation, now they're offended by lolly characters that, again, is part and parcel of this whole culture. It's like, you know, again, I'm not the kind of person that likes that. It's not for me, you know. I like anime, but even, like, again, as I said, not a fan of that. But it's just part of the culture of anime in general, and especially MiHoYo games. So, you know, it's just the idea that now you're offended by it. It's like, come on, man.
From that original poster trying to cope and seethe and somehow explain their lack of knowledge while also claiming to be an expert on Hoyoverse. They say this. And for the annoying ones, in quote, saying, oh, y'all just figuring this out now, end quote. No, crybabies. I'm doing this because this is one of the most graphic pedo content they have ever done until now. So people can finally start not supporting MiHoYo. We all know MiHoYo caters to pedos since long ago. Now, of course, there is a very simple response a lot of people would have to this, basically saying, why are you playing this then? Why are you supporting this franchise?
Right, exactly. As I said again, the initial tweet and the way they were talking, I'm just going to assume that they played up until Natlan, and then they were offended by what was going on with that. Now they've got an issue with all of the other content that they've been producing for years as well. It's just like, it stinks of disingenuousness, totally, if that's even a word, but it totally does.
Here's some of the replies saying, graphic pedo content, in quote, and it's women in swimsuits touch grass. You play games made by predators? We all know MiHoYo caters to pedos since long ago, yet you supported the game for 3 years. And this person also said, who's we? And why are you playing Hoyoverse games if you think the game itself is catering to predators? Very fair questions. Why would you...
Is it only that you've come to this realization now because of the Natland situation? Bit weird. So you were okay with pedo stuff before, but not now?
support a franchise
little bit sus.
that does that. On top of that, you can see the ridiculous nature of a lot of people surrounding this topic, trying to expose threads here. So this actually involves some Blue Archive characters, but it's all in the same, right? We're talking about this topic, and I think it goes along very well with what we're talking about today. So this individual made a call-out post, and as you can see, it has 27,000 views, but 6 likes, so it's not going good. This person makes a direct call-out of someone, basically claiming that they are consuming CP, a very serious allegation. Of course, all the evidence is Blue Archive characters, which is absolutely insane. And on top of that, similar to the last post we looked at, this user would say, so...
Right, okay, it's okay for you to share it if you're exposing it. Though I don't think that's how laws work in regards to things like that. You know, if we went down that route anyway, if you are going to call it that, that's like saying, you know, you're exposing predators by sharing images of really horrendous things. I think we can guess what I'm alluding to by just saying, well, I'm just pointing at the bad guys by sharing it. It's like, that's not exactly how the law would look at it, dude.
Oh, you're posting it too.
Yeah, what's up, cheese?
Why? Where this person said, only if you like it, unaware... I don't even know what they're saying. I am helping people by exposing. So I don't know if they like stroked out halfway through typing this, but basically this is the new generation, right? This is the Zoomer Batman culture, right? They're, instead of going out and fighting criminals, they're going around and spreading what they believe is CP, and of course every time it is fictional content, which by their own standards they'd be committing multiple felonies, but we see this all the time. And things would get even worse for this poster here. So this person would show a screenshot of their Discord messages saying, you can't be serious, what the F is this? Where they are crying about Nino and how in love they are with this character from the quintessential quintuplets who is underage, which would make them obviously a hypocrite in this situation.
Dude, again, this goes back to what I was talking about before, that people talk about the toxicity in the gacha space. I don't think it's the community or the people who play the games are any more toxic than any other player base, because like I say, if you come from the old school FPS days, you'll know toxicity, and I mean like real, like proper, like crazy shit. Funny, but crazy shit. This sort of stuff is just people who just really need to touch grass, man. You know? They get so invested in the old culture in anime that they just all become kind of weirdos. I love anime, and I'm really liking gacha games recently. But even, you know, like some people get so deep in that they kind of forget themselves, and it's really weird.
On top of that, in the replies of that original post, the user would say, tagging Social Wick, hi, I bought from your Twitter likes service, but they haven't arrived. It was 2,000 likes for $27.
What?
Can you look into this, please? I don't know if this is trolling or not, but...
I was going to say, what, are they actually advertising that they've been buying likes there? They've got to be trolling, right? They've got to be trolling.
Either way, you're getting made fun of for this situation. You're getting the attention you want. The fact that someone seems like they're openly saying that they try to bot likes for their stupid call-out post over drawings is hilarious, because we see this all the time. People bot likes on Twitter all the time when they're virtue signaling about drawings. Just
so weird to do. So weird. Like the idea that people do that in any social media site is weird. I suppose as part of me understands it maybe for streamers, push yourselves to the top of a category, get noticed and then grow. I've heard through the grapevine that quite a lot of people started off doing that. I don't know. Something that I would never bother doing myself because I just think it would just be an insane waste of money. But I get it if there's a potential for earning money there. And I know that people can earn money on Twitter nowadays, but you have to have a blue check mark, don't you? So yeah, that'd just be ridiculous to try and trumpet your own message that you know nobody cares about. So you're gonna buy likes to make it look like more people care about it, full well knowing to yourself that they actually don't. So this has to be trolling. It's gotta be, yeah?
Just to feel like they're right, because apparently getting a lot of likes on Twitter makes you right in the eyes of these delusional freaks on
To be
Twitter.
fair though, they probably do think that.
On top of that, let's go further. The user who was called out in that previous thread over drawings would make another appearance down here in this tweet. But what's going on? Well, this original post says how it feels to like a character, but the fans are all predators. Where this person quotes saying, Blue Archive, and then the person who was called out in the previous thread says, what a hypocrite you are by supporting Blue Archive, but saying that. And they say that profile picture is devious. Also, how? And this person says, in true Rev-approved fashion, your retweets and follows are public, showing them follow.
Some of the freaking characters in the games are weird, you know. They're clearly like aiming, making them look like children. Then they have these disclaimers that they're like 300 years old, but then they're sexualized. It's weird. It is weird. You know, it really is weird. But I think trying to attach that to Genshin, you know, I think he's disingenuous for one. And it's totally even more so disingenuous that they only come to this conclusion after the whole Natlan thing. That to me is the weirdest part to it all. It's like you're okay with it, but now you're not. It's like, that's super sus from me.
Following all kinds of accounts that would make him a hypocrite, and also retweeting art of lolly characters from Blue Archive. On top of that, they would respond saying, it's just art. I said Blue Archive in the post because I like the game, but most of the people playing want to screw minors, including the developers. So then they reply saying, art that sexualizes the characters, why are you even playing if you believe the devs are predators?
Agree. And I'm not denying that there definitely is some sort of this sort of stuff with some of the characters. I'm not going to even say that I think it means somebody is a nonce. Some of it's a bit sus, so, but why would you play that if you think that? You know, if you genuinely think that, why are you engaging and supporting that as well? You know, that's where these people become major hypocrites. It's like, if you genuinely think like that, why on earth would you even consider supporting it if you really do believe that?
My mind is literally melting from these people. It's genuinely insane how hypocritical all these people are over fictional content. But I think this quote right here of the original Guns Girl Z promotional post really sums up the boycotts and all the outrage we've been looking at today. So this user says, everyone wants to go free to play despite the lack of representation, but the mention of lollies is enough for everyone to drop Hoyo. If this is all what it takes for you to actually withdraw from playing their games, you just proved to everyone that y'all are nothing but a bunch of slacktivists.
I agree with that because this stuff was here before the whole lack of representation argument with Natlan. This was already here, not just in Hoyo, but across the community in general. In games and anime related stuff, it's just always been there for quite a few years now. And the idea that these people are going free to play because of the whole Natlan situation, I bet most of those people are just LARPers anyway, and they've been free to play since they started playing the game, but now all of a sudden they're free to play because of representation.
And that's exactly what all these people are. And I would add onto this as well, I don't think the people who are virtue signaling about the lolly characters are going to quit either. Like, they're going to keep playing. You know they're going to keep playing, or they're going to quit for like...
And I genuinely don't have an issue with people having issues with lolly characters, so to speak, especially if they're sexualized, because there's lolly characters that are just lolly characters and they're not like, you know, it's not suspect, shall we say. They're just characters in a show that happen to be young, you know? It's when they're sexualized, I'm like, yeah, that's weird. That is just weird. There's no denying it. It's weird. Now, some people's definition of when it's becoming sexualized is going to be totally different. If it's the clothes they're wearing, to full-on extremes that, let's just say, they're out there. And I think some of the games do lean into that a little bit. And games that I haven't played and I don't play. And probably games that I've never even heard of. Like I said, never even heard of this game. So, but yeah, again, I just think these people are angry about it now. I don't think they had an issue with it prior to this. And probably need to see more of these characters, I guess, because these just look like chibi characters as well.
Like a week and then get back into it. But the fact that...
But it is weird.
Trope here existing in Hoyoverse is now getting attention paid to it, even though it's been present forever, is a ridiculous cop-out. Yep. Because apparently that's more important than racism or cultural appropriation to these people who...
I think if you are kind of sexualizing that sort of stuff, I think it is a little bit weird. It's definitely worse than a fictional universe being too white, because at the end of the day, it's a fictional universe. I think if you are like creating child characters that are leaning heavily into inappropriate, I think that is worse generally. But it's more that they only come to this conclusion after the fact is the issue. They didn't care about it prior. You know, I think if you genuinely just care about it and you know, all the other issues aside, you're just like, this is something that makes me uncomfortable, and you don't play the games, I think that's a totally fair point to take. It is totally a fair point to take.
Got an entire petition with 100,000 signatures over that issue. Apparently now it's gone too far, and now they're trying to actually stop playing the game. It's a lot of slacktivism, virtue signaling, but we're used to it at this point. But that is the update on this boycott. I hope you guys enjoyed. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below.
I think, again, with a lot of these people, I think they're actually important as well when they're making these calls for boycotts. They actually probably get more interaction and more their content being spread more than they ever have done. So it excites them and they want to find the next thing to get involved with. That's what a lot of activists do nowadays. They go from one thing to another because it's the only time people actually listen to them, and it makes them feel important as well. Which is kind of weird, but you know, people are weird, aren't they? And it's nothing surprising. And at the end of the day, it's Twitter, and Twitter's an absolute cesspit. It's where brain cells, the last couple of brain cells usually go to fight to the death. You're never usually going to get nuanced arguments over that. You do, but it's very rare. But yeah, a lot of these people do just sound like LARPers. Again, when they're talking about the lolly stuff, I can see where they're coming from. Totally agree. It's weird, that stuff, when it, you know, we all know, we've all seen it, it gets really weird. But I think if you've only got a problem with it after the Natlan stuff, you're being disingenuous. You didn't have a problem with it before. And if you're playing the games actively, especially some of these games that were mentioned, and you're still saying that you've got an issue with it, it's like, why are you playing the game if you really genuinely believe that and you're seeing this stuff? It's like, you're kind of sus as well in a way. And I'm not saying which games have, because I don't know, but you know, we've all seen the sort of content, and I ain't even saying some of this content's coming from the games, just online in general and in the anime space. It gets a little bit weird sometimes, it does. But I think if you're going to enjoy anime, that sort of content's always kind of on the periphery in a way, and as long as it's not weird, as I said, it doesn't really bother me. I prefer my stuff to be dark. I like my waifus. I like my dark action. I like cool sci-fi and fantasy stuff, and I'm happy with that. All this aside, not really a big fan of all that sort of stuff, but these guys are definitely LARPers. Definitely LARPers. Yeah, good video from Rev Size Desu. Should check him out. It's weird for us, but there's a lot of really short girls, 20 plus years old, that's going to look like child at first in China or Japan. It's become already a normal thing for them. So I take it wrong. I agree. Like, that's the thing. There are some characters that definitely, you know, they just look younger than what they are. For sure. I agree with that. I do agree with that. I do definitely think there is some stuff that, like, borderline's really weird. But, yeah, some people, like, definitely play this fake outrage when it suits them. You know, selective outrage is definitely a thing nowadays. But anyway, let's move on to a couple of other videos, and then we're going to start playing a little bit of Tower of Fantasy again. All right. Play a bit of Tower of Fantasy. Let me just check something here. Oh, yeah, I wanted to watch this.
Yo, as you read from the title, Wuthering Waves.
Another video from Steorg.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen?
That wasn't Steorg, that was Gacha Smack. Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely. Like, you know, like I say, there is some characters that I agree. You know, I think people are assuming, but there are definitely characters sometimes, you know. And I'm not even saying anything to do with Hoyo, just in the space that it's like, that's a kid. And this is a little bit inappropriate. Different cultures view things a bit differently. For me, personally, I'm just like, yeah, not my thing, that ain't. You know what I mean? I like my waifus, and that's all I'm happy with. And give me some dark, cool action, and I'm happy. But I just think there's a lot of people that pretend they're angry. They're not really angry. They're angry about something else, and nobody listened to them. So now they're trying to find, you know, every potential problematic issue within the space to try and bring it forward, to be like, look, you need to stop playing the game because of this now. All the other things I tried failed, so I think this might work, and it's not going to happen, is it? It's just not going to happen. But anyway, let's carry on, because I want to get through this stuff as quick as possible so we can play some games. Yeah, let's check out this video from Steorg. A bad launch caused the success of a game. Wuthering Waves. So the okay, let's just think about this. The game's bad launch has made the game successful. Let's see what he's got to say, because I don't know necessarily how that's the case. I think they've done a lot of good work since the launch, but would the actual bad launch be the reason why the game's successful? That's what he's got to say.
Yo, as you read from the title, Wuthering Waves' bad launch saved the game.
And so many people call it weathering. It doesn't trigger me. It don't trigger me.
Today I'm gonna talk about why that is, and also how the game would be if nothing wrong actually happened. Imagine.
Okay, all right. Interesting angle to come from. the idea that if the game had a really good launch, it wouldn't be as successful. Interesting.
If Wuthering Waves didn't have any complaints and was 100% optimized, and people had that good experience with it from the start, and why I think it would probably be less successful because of this. As always, I'm not
Alright, okay, he's got me intrigued now because I don't see where he's coming from here.
gonna waste your time. I'm gonna make this as fast as possible. So now, if we take any game's popularity in general, you will see that most games go insanely popular or peak at launch, and then it will lose a lot of players after that.
Probably for the majority, yeah. Definitely for the majority. Some outliers, it's different. They can have world success at the start, but have really problematic launches and then continue on to just be massive. You know, the things like Rainbow Six Siege is a good example of that. Game that came out, had a bit of an issue with the launch. It wasn't the best, but he's been wildly successful over the years and continues to be successful. Off the top of my head, I can't really think of a bunch of different games, but there are a lot of games that, you know, the launch window is usually the most successful part of the game, isn't it? I think with the gacha space, it depends on the size of the game. Definitely Hoyoverse games seem to really explode on the scene and then just get bigger and bigger and bigger, don't they, really, for the most part? Obviously, the revenue probably drops off after a while, which it does. But yeah, let's continue.
Even if it's a good game, this is normal, and the interest will go lower because, you know, launch is a very big event that's happening, and it should be the biggest thing for the game. And this is the same thing for...
Yeah, that's true. I think it should be a good launch. A game is only delayed until it launches, but a bad launch will forever be remembered as a bad launch. Now, I played on PC, so the launch for Wuthering Waves for me was fine. I loved getting all the free stuff because I was enjoying the game. I was having no issues. It was running fine, and I was just getting free stuff left, right, and center for all the apologies. But I do understand people on mobile were having some major issues, and I think people on some lower-end PCs were getting a bit of issues as well. But yeah, I don't think Wuthering Waves had the worst launch, especially in the modern era. And I say that now, lots of games that were online services over the years, even back in the day, back to the World of Warcraft launches, had issues at launch, queues, problems, technical issues, performance issues, all that sort of stuff. But I do think it's become more of a commonly accepted thing now that games kind of tend to launch with issues. It's more of a rare occurrence, isn't it, that a game launches perfectly.
Or Wuthering Waves. And if Wuthering Waves was very smooth and had a good launch, at least in terms of optimization, it will probably have a good amount of views for some time, and then it will slowly go down. The thing is, developers won't need to panic because there's no big problems. There won't be a free 5-star, there won't be a drama, and the devs will...
So he's going to argue that because the game launched poorly, obviously I'm going ahead before he's even said it, but I'm assuming he's going to argue that because the game launched poorly and they give us a bunch of free stuff is what's made the game a success. If that's going to be the argument, he might prove me wrong here. I'm going to disagree on that. I think it's maybe caused a lot of people who enjoyed the game to want to maybe potentially spend more on the game, or just really give Kuro a little bit more leeway because they were really happy to see a developer being transparent, listening to the community, reacting fast. And that's always good to see. And from a consumer point of view, you love to see when somebody who you're a consumer of actively trying to please you. It's great to see. Well, I don't necessarily think that that's gone on to make the game more of a success than what it potentially would have been. I think the main thing that's doing that for me is the game's just a banger in terms of the combat. It's got its issues, but I think the game just slaps, really, for the most part.
Will probably not go as hard as they did for the competition.
That's true.
Actually,
that's
if
true.
we look at the...
That's true, but we don't necessarily know that. And I think the reason why I say that is because I think Kuro understand that Hoyo is the big dog and that they're going to have to be a lot more generous and reactive than Hoyo ever need to be. I think, you know, if Hoyo reverse the roles and Kuro was the big dog, let's not pretend that Kuro probably wouldn't be anywhere as generous as what they are. Let's just face it. I like to think the best in people, but if they had the market share of the gacha space, I think they would enjoy that market share and just do what they're doing. I think they understand that, right, we've got to try and put into this market share the best we can by making a good game and really listening to the community as well, which is a great thing, and I'm really happy they have done. And I'm not knocking Kuro at all here. You know, we're just going on hypotheticals that there were the big dogs here, but I kind of think that's how they would have acted. But I'm not taking anything away from them. They have reacted really well to the community.
Curve of Wuthering Waves in terms of interest, it went down on the first day and then it went up again for 2 whole days. And this was because of the amount of problems that the game had in terms of optimizations, and add to that some, voice acting and story problems. So this caused so much drama in global and also in CN. It made Wuthering Waves the talk of the day. People talk.
Okay, that's a valid point. I don't necessarily know if that's what gave the game its success. And in my opinion, we still haven't seen whether Wuthering Waves is going to be successful. I think we need to give it 6 months and then we can look back and go, okay, I think it looks like Wuthering Waves has been a success. We can look at the trends. We can look at the revenue that they're getting. We can look at the updates and what people are talking about online and streaming and just the community in general. I think we're going to need to wait a little bit first. But I don't know if that's necessarily tied to the negative launch. It could be, but I don't know.
Talk about Wuthering Waves even if they don't play gacha. So the game became popular because of its problems. So now a lot of people care about this game that came to compete with Genshin Impact and actually...
I do believe that probably a lot of people do care because of the way the devs have reacted. That's a good point. They probably feel a bit of an affinity towards the developers in the sense that, oh, these guys are looking after us, so I kind of feel some way about them. I get that.
He didn't succeed. After that, Kuro Games did the best thing they can do, which is they cared and devs listened. Doing that
true.
and giving so much free things and a free 5-star from the first week made those people who didn't even care about Wuthering Waves, who only came for the drama, care about Wuthering Waves.
That's potentially true, Okay, I'm starting to see where he's coming from a little bit more here now. Don't necessarily know if it was the fact. I still think the fact that the game's a good game has done its best service, but it's not. It's probably true to some extent that it brought people through the door who might not have actually done so, maybe.
And think that this game is probably going to have a good future, and we're like, okay, I don't
Hope
want
it
to
does.
miss this free 5-star, let me log in at the game now
True,
and
true.
play the game. And this is exactly what happened. But this is not the most important argument, by the way. There's something very important and very smart that Wuthering Waves did that I will talk about in a minute. But going back here, people are now going back to the game, talking more about the game, and the community was kind of divided. People talking about how this game still have optimization problems, and people saying, okay, devs are listening, and it's so generous, and rewards like these can actually buy the players.
Damn, dude, that freaking 500 millisecond ping. Oof.
It's actually confirmed now, especially when they had a very good roster of standard characters. But now there is another thing that made it even better. The amount of promises that Kuro Games made. Some of these promises didn't even come to the game yet, but these promises...
Were these made because the game launched badly, or were these just planned anyway? Just playing devil's advocate here.
Help them gain more respect from the players. Even if they weren't going to do it, more players are going to believe that. And this helped.
Yeah, true. I agree with that though, because how they've reacted, I think they've garnered a lot more respect than what they would have done if they'd have just launched the game well. I know that sounds crazy, but if the game had just launched well, people would have gone, sweet, game's good, let's play. But the fact that they stumbled and they got up, they dusted themselves off and went, sorry, here you go. I think people were like, oh, wow, that's kind of cool. I wasn't even having that bad of a time anyway, but thanks. So I guess that is true.
Them stall for another version and make players cope with the game until we got 1.1, and they fulfilled a lot of these promises, which made Wuthering Waves at that point established
Who's playing as Male Rover, man? Come on. Who's doing that? Stop it.
in the community.
Get some help.
It's a very smart thing that they did. It's not intentional, by the
Love
way.
this
That was
cutscene.
a very good decision making after rushing the game. Okay, this might be wrong.
Dude, that slide under the blade there where you can just see her tatties. That just reminded me of, oh, damn, what was that anime now? Was it High School of the Dead? When he fires the sniper rifle and it goes, oh, I forgot her name now, and it goes like right between both her boobs. Just reminded me of that.
Right when you hear it, but it doesn't also make sense in the same time when you say, okay, a perfect game will do worse than a game with so many problems. Well, the thing is, Wuthering Waves was functional for most players actually. People who got the problems were a minority, but that wasn't a little
And I think it was a lot of people on mobile as well that really had issues, wasn't it?
a lot of people. Well, like when you say 15% or 20%, that will cause drama, but in the same time, a lot of other people will go like, okay, I'm having fun in the game and I'm also getting 3 5 stars. If the game wasn't actually functional for like 40% or 50% of people and like had a lot of other bugs and problems and didn't, for example, have a good gameplay, well, however generous you will be, the game will flop. It's just that
True. Again, this goes back to, like I said, for me, the reason the game has, well, we perceived to have been a success so far is because the core gameplay loop, i.e. the combat, just goes hard. It goes so freaking hard. And that's the main pull for this game. And then you've got good character design. You've got a gorgeous world. You've got the Echo system, which I think is a really cool system. You know, the story's getting better. We're getting more characters introduced. We've definitely, hopefully, getting better voice acting or better voice direction for the voice actors. You know, Chang Li's coming, that's good. Yinlin's good. Jinxi's done well. Scar's great. Hopefully, we're going to see more of that. Jian was pretty decent, in my opinion. There were some others that weren't so great in 1.0, and some of the writing was a little bit poor, but they definitely improved in 1.1 and at the end of 1.0 as well. So they are fixing, or at least it seems like they're fixing some of the weaker parts of the game. But at the end of the day, the gameplay loop just slaps, and we're getting consistent updates at the moment. Potentially, I'd like to see more endgame stuff, and I definitely would like to see more support characters, but I do feel like they are going in the right direction. Again, though, I don't think that's because the game had a bad launch necessarily. I just think it facilitated a lot more potential respect and belief in the developers, which is a good point Steorg made. But I don't necessarily think that's been part of the... It's not been the major part of the success. I think it's been part of the belief that the game is going to be something better, and people have probably stuck around maybe potentially for that goodwill is a possibility.
this game had good gameplay and had good characters and content and holograms. This will never apply to every game. Like, this is hard to be applied to every game. And Wuthering Waves was kinda lucky for going that far, even with these problems at the start. Because I will never, by the way, praise a game that came half-baked or rushed. But at least when...
Yep, agree, you know. Just because it comes out the gate bad and then they fix it, it's not necessarily something to be praised. Again, looking back at games like No Man's Sky, that was an actual farce when the game came out. But I do respect, I don't necessarily praise, but I do respect that the developers have continued to update the game post-launch for years, and it's in a really good state now. That is something to be, I guess, respected, but just not admired, you know?
the devs listen, I would appreciate it. Anyway, if you don't subscribe now, you're gonna lose your 50-50. Bye-bye.
Alright, there you go. Another video from Steorg. Great video. You should definitely check out Steorg. He deserves way more subscribers because he does make some great content. Yeah, I agree with some of what he said there. It's a hard thing to disagree with or agree with, because it is kind of assuming the reason why the player base stayed. Of course, if a game is just an absolute critical success in terms of, like, you know, everybody's eyes when it launches, it's like, you know, The Last of Us. You can understand why that was a success. It's not hard to see why it wasn't. But to try and attribute the reasons why the launch of Wuthering Waves has made it more successful and having a bad launch has made it more successful, I think it's a little bit harder to nail down. But I do agree with some of the points he's made in regards to because it had such a bad launch and they've reacted really well, has definitely made people believe in the developers, which having belief in the people who are making the game is always good. And then tying the fact that the game's really good as well, it does give this idea of, okay, we've maybe got a good set of developers here that are holding on to an IP that genuinely could be something really, really good. It's already really good, but it could be like, you know, it could be one of the greats in terms of the gacha space. So I do agree with that, yeah. But that was a really good video, actually. I love these sort of videos because I like to bounce off them, and it makes me think, oh, you know what? I never really necessarily thought about it like that. But some really good points. But you should definitely check out Steorg, guys. A bad launch caused the success of a game. I don't know. Potentially, maybe it did, or it was partially responsible for the success. And again, we don't necessarily know how successful the game's going to be just yet, do we? Let's give it 6 months, and I think we can make that argument. But so far, loving the game. I played on mobile. All I made is just fall under textures, or textures didn't appear on screen, but overall it was not even laggy, so it was kind of possible to play ignoring bugs. I'll say I've heard some people say similar that apparently, like, it's in a good place now. I saw some footage the other day on mobile, and it looked pretty decent. I think these were high-end phones, so I think it does, again, it depends on what you're playing on, doesn't it? Yeah, from what I heard, a lot of the people having issues were people who were playing on mobile. Again, I'm playing on, like, a 4090. I still get an issue now where I log into the game, and for about 20 seconds, I have, like, insane lag, and then I never have an issue again. The game runs buttery smooth. So, for me, when we were getting all this free stuff, I was like, dude, this is sweet, man. I've had no issues, and they're giving me this thing left, right, and center saying, sorry, we apologize. And it's like, okay, cool. I'll take it, I guess. I'm not even mad, but I'll take it. So, yeah. But I've really been enjoying it so far. Really been enjoying the game so far. All right, we're going to check out this video in a second. Let me just grab a drink. Yeah, you see, oh man, it's warm. It's warm. It's bloody warm. All right, should we check out this video then? Let's check out this video. Give me a second. Let me just get chat up. Ooh. All right, official 1.3 drip marketing. The Shorekeeper 5-star and Yahoo 4-star Wuthering Waves. Gacha smack. The marketing drip feed has started, and let's see what he's got to say.
And welcome back to another video.
Definitely
by
check out
yours
Gacha
truly,
Smack as
Wuthering
well.
Waves just sneak peek drip marketed their 1.3 characters, the first half, I would
Okay.
imagine. And it's 1 4-star and it's 1 5-star. Now, I'll be honest, this game,
I haven't seen these characters, but I'm really happy to hear that we're getting a 4-star, because I think we need more 4-stars coming out in the game, because otherwise the 5-stars are not going to be so special. And I'm okay with characters as well being not, and this is why 4-stars are good, because they don't have to be so spectacular, and then it makes the more spectacular characters a little bit more spectacular, doesn't it? And again, can we please have a support, sustain healer that rivals Verena as well, please? That'd be lovely. Thank you, Kuro.
we have been starving for 4-star characters. Like,
Yep,
this
agree.
game needs to like drop a 4-star character every time they drop a 5-star character. That's how bad.
I agree with that. They really need to lean hard into it at the moment, because we've got a bunch of 5-stars, a bunch of DPSs as well, really. We definitely need some more 4-stars, some more 4-star supports as well, sub DPSs and some sustain characters like full-on healers or whatever.
We're like starving for more 4-star characters.
Agree.
Anyways, I'm not the biggest fan of this design. It's just simply not for me.
Okay.
We'll go into that here in a bit, but the 5-star character looks absolutely gorgeous, and
As it really should be, you know, when you think about it. We don't want the 4-stars to look trash, but they should look like 4-stars, shouldn't they? The 5-stars should look like that extra little bit saucy, you know, a little bit of extra spice.
am praying to God that she has some type of healing properties, because I think I speak for everyone when I say Verena is absolutely cooked. This girl is
Right? She's not getting a fucking break ever, man. She's just like on it all the time. Send her out. Verena's sleeping. Get her fucking out there. She's got a job to do. Don't get me wrong. I love Verena. She's fucking sick. But we just need somebody who can mix up the meta a little bit. She is, in my opinion, the most underrated character. Not because she's underrated, but she's just so freaking good that, you know, she's, in my opinion, the S tier of S tier characters, because she does her job better than anybody, really. And she's got no competition, so she's gonna be. I know there's boys yeet, but it's just not the same, you know?
a healer in every single team. We need somebody else.
For
that
real?
way she can like not be working 12 hours a day, but instead be working like 6 hours a day.
12 hours, dude. She's doing 18-hour shifts, man. She's getting a half-hour break. She gets to sleep for 2 hours, and then she's back ready to go again, man. She didn't even get the extra few hours sleep or resting. They're like prepping her for the next shift.
You get what I'm saying? Let's go ahead and take a look at these 2 drip marketings. And I also, actually, you know, before we go into that, on the second half of 1.3, I really hope to see either Geshu Lin or the Camellia girl, because they've already...
Yes, I think I would rather like to see Camellia. I think she's a cool character. And, you know, that one scene with her and Rover got a little bit spicy, especially if you're playing a female character. It was extra spicy, in my opinion. A little bit hot. And I just think she's a cool looking character. I like the idea of her using her vines and stuff. I just think she's going to be a really good addition to the game. And I can't wait for Scar as well. That's who I'm looking forward to as well.
We revealed them in the story. We've already got to learn a little bit about them. So I'm kind of expecting to see them pop up as drip marketing here very soon. Anyways, let's look at it. Okay, so her name is Yoo-hoo. You know what I mean? That shit kind of a little nostalgic. Takes me back down memory lane when I was a little pup and I used to sit.
Okay, so this is our 4-star, is it? She looks potentially like she's got support written all over her, but I don't know. I'm guessing she's Glacio as well, or Glacio, should I say. She's like the younger design, which I know a lot of people don't like. I haven't got an issue with it because she's not like, you know, it's not weird, you know what I'm saying? They're not trying to make her look a certain way. She's just like a sort of young looking character. Not against the design personally, for me. Yeah, let's carry on.
Sip on the Yoo-hoos, you know? Yoo-hoos used to, what happened to those? Things went away, didn't they? I thought they was great. Anyways, here you go, a special edition of my poetry collection. Hand signed by Moi. You are welcome. So this is the 4-star character you can see above me that's going to be coming out. And she has a ice symbol right here. Now, I know y'all said Kudo likes to pump fake people with their designs, meaning although she has the elements and colorations of a ice or water
Yeah, she'll be like Aero or some shit.
elemented character, Kudo can do that, and then it can very well be like a fire character or something. I get that, but bro, if she's got a ice,
right,
like
for real,
literal representation right here, she surely is an ice.
She's got this, it's kind of similar to a hairpiece as well, and the shape here. So, like, is there going to be some flowery ice flower sort of thing going on here?
Ice character, right? They can't be pump faking that hard. Anyways,
the bait and switch will be serious.
Design. I already told y'all. I mean, anybody.
I've heard a lot of people saying this. They're not a fan of the design. I don't necessarily have an issue with it. Again, I don't like these sort of characters when they look like this and they're let's just say they're sexualized. It's a little bit, you know, a little bit freaky. I don't like it, but I don't get that from her. I don't get that from her necessarily.
Who's been watching my content longer than 3 months?
Looking there,
I'm not a.
Again, sorry to keep pausing it. It looks like she's got some like 4-finger gloves there covering her hand, but it looks like her hands almost turn into ice as well. It's kind of interesting.
Fan of lolly characters, and I feel like because we're starving for so many 4-star characters, the first new 4-star we receive, in my personal opinion, shouldn't be a lolly character.
I agree with that though. I do agree with that. Like, you know, we are starving for 4 stars, and it would have been better to get something a little bit cooler looking. I admit that is a fair point. Again, I don't necessarily have a problem with lolly characters if they're not sexualized, really, in my opinion. But they're not for me. I like my waifus and I like badass looking chads, really.
That's just my opinion. I think this design is Booty Cheek Chronicles. I don't like the hair. I don't really like anything about her. I'll be honest. I don't even like the outfit, bro. The outfit looks annoying. Hey, you know me. I am unfiltered in my opinions. All right. Post-Lament Anthropocene stars intertwine. Here you go, a special edition of my poetry collection. That's what I feel like she sounds like. Hand signed by Moi, you are welcome. Yoo-hoo, a natural expert in identifying antiques, is a capable speaker with distinctive.
She'll turn around, she'll be like 300 years old, won't she?
Ace, when dealing with treasures and antiques, the jubilant dynamo, the jubilant dynamo settles into calm perception, tracing their distant past through their wrinkles and textures. Interesting. One thing that caught my eye is it says she's a natural expert in identifying antiques. I guess that means she can identify Genshin Impact's endgame. Genshin's ink. You get it, guys? All right. Anyways, let's get back to it. Hold up. I don't really have much to say about this character, man. I don't really, the design doesn't interest me in the least bit. What I will say is Kudo Games always cooks with their combat. I think their combat is second to none in the gacha space, and it's competing with some of the best combat games out there, in my personal opinion.
Agree. I said this in the gacha space, best combat, bar none, and it actually is competing with games outside of the space that are like combat-driven games that are actually proper games, you know?
Let's go ahead and move on to the next character. This character here is gorgeous.
Okay, this is the Shorekeeper. This is the one I've been seeing people talking about online, actually. So this is our 5-star. She's pretty cool, actually. I like these sort of design characters, I do. I'm a big fan of Jinse's design. A lot of people are like, I don't like the way Jinse looks, but I like that sort of like I don't know, luminescent, ethereal design. You know, that's she's like really calming and like dignified, and I really like that about Jinsei. And then you've got Changli and Yinlin, you know, on the other side of the coin, which I absolutely love as well. But I really do like that about her. She's a cool looking character. She's rocking the butterflies. Looks like, oh, this is in the background. I thought it was part of a headdress. I like this head, whatever it is, where it's like got the is that gonna actually have that sort of like universe animation to it in the background? Is she going to have something to do with like creating some sort of voids or something? That'd be interesting. I'm just pulling this out my ass here.
I think she looks absolutely beautiful and stunning. I love the
It's a good character
outfit.
design.
I love how it has the stars like in on the inner portion of the headpiece that she's wearing, which by the way, that headpiece is the same headpiece that Black Swan is wearing. Yeah, I didn't miss that. I got it. But does that mean she's a Black Swan clone? No, it doesn't. But I can tell you
Nah, beyond that sort of similarity, she's nothing like it, is she?
right now, the Hawkeye Star Rail audience is definitely going to annoy the shit out of the Wuthering Waves audience with that one. What I will say is there's a fine difference here, and that is Black Swan looks like she's ready to pounce on that thing. She looked like she done been around, right? Whereas this girl, which I ain't got no problems with that, but this girl looks like she's a lot more serene, elegant, and pure, and she's got a bit of a...
Again, like Jinsei, in my opinion, exactly the same sort of vibe I'm getting from her. Agree here. You know, that sort of like dignified, ethereal, you know, elegant, you know, I love it.
divine aura to her. So there's definitely a massive difference in their appeal, right? She's got like the light element to her, whereas Black Swan has more of a dark element. Purple is definitely more akin to a darker
It's got that spicy look. That spicy look, you know?
color. So there's definitely a fine
She's the one you take out to show your mates. She's the girl you take home to show your mum.
line and a difference here. Now, in a perfect world, I would like to play with them both on the same exact team. But I guess, you know, that's not going to be possible, unfortunately. You know, if only we lived in a world where Kudo and Hoyo could actually
Dude, that'd be kind of sick though, wouldn't it? If we got like a Kuro Hoyo crossover at some point, and maybe some Genshin characters came into this and vice versa. You know, obviously it'd probably never happen, and I don't think Hoyo would ever want that really, because it'd show up that wait a minute, this character actually looks cool in combat now. You know, not gonna look great for Hoyo, is he?
collab. That'd be pretty nice. She's called the Shorekeeper. I don't really know what that means. Does that mean she's the keeper of the ocean? Is she Poseidon's mom? I don't know. But I did see up here some very interesting lore drop, which means this character is probably going to be insanely broken. We'll comment on more of the design here in a bit, but let's just take a look up here. Post-lament, Anthropocene, stars intertwine, the Shorekeeper.
Hold on, just pausing this here a second. I know he's going to get to it. In essence of aloofness emerges in response to your summon, having spent eons in guardianship. Interesting. So she's been around for a while. This is what I was saying about the idea that potentially maybe, how I said, there's like, you know, she might deal with like some sort of like portals or something. Because just looking at a headscarf, that it could be like a, you know, a rift to another place. The idea that she emerges in response to someone having spent eons in guardianship. Maybe she's potentially like otherworldly or another dimension or something potentially. You know, like the being that we see at the start of the game that puts us where we are, potentially. I don't know.
This name suits me well enough. It aligns with my purpose and drive. They only exist because of you, the Shorekeeper. All right. So let's go ahead and dive in here. Archive. The Shorekeeper of the Black Shores, a mysterious divine being governing the essence of aloofness, emerges in response to your summon.
Okay.
I don't know why. The first
So I'm guessing she's got a decent part in the story. She emerges in response to your summon. So something's going to happen where she comes forth from something we've either requested or we've engaged in or something potentially.
thing that came to my mind was Final Fantasy summons. Having spent eons in guardianship, bro. Okay, hold on. How long is the eon? 1 billion years? I never realized, or I never thought to look.
Actually didn't know an eon was 1 billion years either. When I hear the term eons, I'm thinking like thousands of years potentially. I didn't know that. I'm going to assume that that's well, hey, maybe she's not. She is, but I don't think she's going to be billions of years old, is she? But I didn't know that, about
I always
eons.
thought like eons was like a million years. It's
I didn't even think it was that. I thought you were talking a few thousand years, man.
She spent eons,
Tens of
okay, this bitch
thousands,
is
potentially.
broken. That's the first thing to cut. This bitch is broken. Eons, billions of years in guardianship. The first stirring house. What the fuck, bro?
I think she's going to be a really interesting character, actually. Just in the way they're describing it here. Obviously, it could be totally wrong, and we could be getting just totally bait and switched. But she sounds like she's going to have quite an impact on the story, but like the expansion of what we know about the world in Wuthering Waves, if that makes sense.
Bro, how strong is this character? Oh, y'all know it. Y'all know it's coming. She's stronger than an emanator. She's stronger than an emanator. Acheron ain't gonna clap her. Hey, I'm gonna go ahead and light that match. Acheron not gonna clap this one, bro. It seemed like she is gonna pounce on anybody in the Hoyoverse. All right, you know what I'm not gonna do? Let me put that bomb.
Like she's gonna be like some Doctor Strange kind of character, man. You know what I mean?
Let me go ahead and cool the bomb down. All right, I don't want to start it. I'm just kidding.
And dude, I love Gacha Smack, man.
The first stirrings of emotion and desire awaken within her heart.
Okay.
Oh, okay, here we go. After spending billions of years, the first stirrings of emotion and desire awaken within her heart. Let me translate that for you. She got her back blown out by somebody. Fostering
a firm determination to connect with the world and with you. Okay. All right. I am intrigued by this character now. I think this is definitely going to be one that I'm going to be trying to pull for sure. Even though I've been trying to pull for pretty much every 5-star banner now. And so far, I've got all the characters. I can't mind. The only character in the game that I haven't got now is Ling Yang. Which I'm not really too fussed about anyway, because the guy dude's kind of annoying. But yeah, man, she looks fucking dope, man. And the description makes her even more intriguing as well.
a firm determination to connect with the world and with you.
So far as well, is she different to a resonator then? Because she doesn't, obviously it might be on her back or something, but I don't see any tacit marks, unless there could be anywhere on her body. There could be on the back of her neck, on her back, on her legs, wherever. Could be on the back of her arm or one of the back of this hand or something potentially. But maybe she's something different because they're talking about her. Maybe she's not even a resonator, but she can tap into that power somehow.
You're trying to connect with your boy. All right, anyways. Oh my gosh, she's so pretty. Mr. Pokey, you have no shot. All right, let's simmer down, little pup. You're not that guy. All right, you don't have a shot, brother. All right, wait, I don't get it.
Straight up Kuma.
What is she keeping? Wait, what? What is she keeping? Oh, the Shorekeeper. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. It's kind of like a...
She's keeping the shore, I guess, yeah, right?
Not
be that guy.
Like I don't know what that
She looks
gets
after
at,
the
dude.
beach,
She's keeping
maybe?
the fucking world. I don't know. Going back into her design, this is the first character.
Maybe the shore's just I don't know, a description or a title given to, I don't know, a mantle, so to speak, of something beyond the realm of the physical world of Wuthering Waves. I don't know. I don't think it's a different nation, because the way she's described is almost like she's a being of a different, maybe not so much a different dimension, but otherworldly in a sense. And I don't even mean just like she's from space. You know what I mean? So I don't know. Maybe that's something we're going to find out. It does mention the Black Shores, though, doesn't it, as well? So maybe she's got something to do with that, actually.
That I've taken note of. Can we zoom
probably
in a
make
little
more
bit?
sense,
Oh,
wouldn't
God,
it?
here we go. Okay, sorry, I had to screenshot this so that I can zoom in to where I want to. One of the things I wanted to take note of is that this is one of the first characters I've seen, which I can kind of see a little bit of it, but this is one of the first characters I've seen where they didn't throw in their signature heavy emphasis on two-toned hair color, right? This girl seems to just have a blue, a light blue, and then there's a little bit of...
I suppose there's a little bit of tone in there, but I guess with her having a head scarf, a veil, whatever you want to freaking call it, kind of adds to the extra layer, doesn't it, anyway? So she doesn't necessarily, from a design point, I guess, doesn't really need that heavy double layer, even though it does kind of go a little bit darker down here. Hey, it might be down the back as well. You know, this gives the white layer with the silver and the darker blue as well. So it kind of does it for her, doesn't it?
Of the two-tone down here, but not really. It's pretty much all the same color, which I love their two-tone emphasis. I think that shit is the coolest I've seen, as I've stated before.
Like, it's so subtle with Rover, but I love it.
And yet I'm okay with her not having a heavy emphasis on it. Like I said, it just fits the design pretty good. I will say this choker here, it's a common trend I've seen in all of these bigger gacha games, right? Hoyoverse, you see these chokers all the time. I wonder if she has one on her leg. Okay, it's not showing, unfortunately. But like,
I think the one for the leg, in my opinion, it's like in a lot of these games, it's like the one stocking or the one boot on the leg. I think it just, with the legs anyway, it's to kind of emphasize the thickness, you know, to show a bit of that curves of, like, you know, the thigh popping out the choker or the stocking or the boot or whatever it is, to give you a little bit of, like, you know, a little bit of thirst action on the go.
This shit here, tinfoil hat, it tells me that like a AI program is just like making all of their characters, and one of the things they just have to have, the AI just does consist.
I don't know. I think really with that there, I think there's a need for it there, because I think she'd look a little bit, not naked, but, you know, she's got quite a slender, long neck, and she's got no clothing around this sort of area, apart from, I guess this is kind of like a tacit mark, but it's not like the others, is it? It's kind of different, actually. So, like, you know, it kind of breaks up, you know, the flow of the design almost, if that makes sense. Because I feel like if that wasn't there, something would need to be added here potentially, or the shape of her clothing would need to be changed to not make it look too elongated, maybe. I'm just throwing it out there.
Is it always puts a choker on their neck. Because I don't know if y'all know this, but when you use AI programs to create characters, which again, I don't have no facts, this is a tinfoil hat. But when you use AI programs to create these characters, I have a friend who does this, by the way. You can type in what you want them to look like, but then the AI will just put some shit in there trying to match what you're describing. And sometimes
it really depends on the prompt. As somebody who has done this myself, it really depends on the prompt and how specific you are, and if you're using any LoRa models as well. Usually, if you're doing something in regards to an anime style, you probably potentially wouldn't have any LoRa models. You might have reference images that will, you know, be a baseline for it, but it really does depend on your prompts also. But that is the thing, they will kind of default to certain things sometimes. And, you know, he's not wrong, but I still don't think that's the reason why.
Sometimes that thing that they put in there isn't what you actually told them to put in there. But I feel like the software they're using...
That's true as well. Sometimes they will totally go off base, depending on the program you're using as well. Like, sometimes it's just like, what the fuck, dude? Like, maybe my prompt wasn't great there, but are you tripping?
Without fail, it's going to throw the choker in there every time. So it's interesting. Now, I will say the purple eyes with the blue... I don't really, like, I'm not a big fan of that coloration, but purple kind of is like symbolical or a good representation color hue of like supreme enlightenment. Blue.
I agree with that there, like a powerful being, deity, you know, a goddess, an ethereal creature, so to speak.
Blue and purple is like supreme enlightenment, like you have been alive for a very long time, and those eyes know a lot and have seen some shit. I feel like purple is the best representation of that. Am I crazy for thinking that? I don't know.
No, I agree with that.
Maybe that's why it's actually purpose there. Also,
I think for that, and a real pale ice blue, or even like a sort of a flush grey sort of represent that. As you can have any color that represents that depending on the design of the character and what you're going for. If you're going for something that's a little bit more dark and nefarious, then you're not going to go with that. But yeah, I think those, like your purples, your ice blue, your sort of grey, really give this idea of somebody who's been around for a while, somebody who knows what the fuck's going on, and somebody who's like a level of being above a normal human, a mortal, so to speak.
Kind of looks like she has a bit of a chakram as her eye. I mean, I can't really, it's kind of blurry here, but
kind of looks like that though.
It looked like Naruto about
like
the chunk of raw singing from her eyeball. I be noticing a lot of stuff, bro. This outfit here is kind of like little.
That's the one thing that really gets me though, is it doesn't seem like she has a tacit mark. this kind of has the shape of a tacit mark, but it's not a normal tacit mark. It's got like the two sort of frequency pops, but it's blue, and it's not like, what's the word I'm looking for? Like straight and mirrored, I guess. And then it goes into this sort of like line that goes between a tatas and like kind of goes jagged. So I wonder if she doesn't have a tacit mark, and again, if she is this being that's on a next level, that she doesn't require it because she can connect with echoes in a different way, maybe? I don't know.
Little mermaid outfit, like I said, it makes her look more elegant and pure. I think it's cool. But overall, her whole entire aura gives off a healing character, and I hope she's the kind of character.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? It feels like it potentially could be like a crystal. Yeah, you're right. Like almost like an ornate jewelry, or potentially it's been imbued into a body, almost like, you know,
that not only heals but also buffs. What I'm really looking forward in a character that's a healer is buffing concerto energy. Nobody else in the game does this. It doesn't exist yet. The only
good point. Good point. That would be cool.
thing that exists is weapons. Weapons can do it, and in a very select few amount of echoes can do it. If a character comes out that can buff the team's concerto energy, bro, the quick swapping potential is going to be fucking insane. So I would love for her to do that. That's a huge reach, but it would make the character's value go up 85 billion fold for me.
Yeah.
The other thing for her, I would say, is that there's a strong possibility.
That's a good point, actually. Thinking about it, we do need a character like that, and that is a really good area. I don't know if they're going to want characters to do that, or I feel at some point they are going to have a character like that, or they want to keep it to echoes and weapons, potentially. But that would be cool, actually. That would be really cool.
She's spectral. Because although this blue hue is going to lead pump faking people into believing that she's like water or ice, which I don't think water exists in the game yet, but this up here tells me that she could very well be a spectro-induced character, but who knows? I have no fucking clue. I don't look at the leaks.
Dude, wouldn't it be crazy if we got a whole new element? Not gonna happen, I don't think, but you know, it'd be cool. It would be cool.
Those are pretty much all my thoughts for this character. I'm really hoping she puts Verena down temporarily at night.
I agree. Not necessarily put her down, but just give her some competition, you know? Just give her some real competition. Like, even if we don't get a character that does everything Verena does as well, but can be more specifically used in a, just like, she could be better at that specific thing than Verena, but also does some of the stuff that Verena does. I just really want to see some competition for Verena, man.
Nighttime, right now, Verena's clocked in the day and at night.
Yeah.
If she could just make her
on that double shift, bro,
her clock in on one half, you know, that'd be nice. But if she ends up being another DPS, I can't see her being as flamboyant and edgy as Chang Li. She doesn't strike me, not to say that they won't make her that way, but she doesn't strike me as the kind of character model that
she looks brooding, commanding as well, I think. I'm interested, man.
It's gonna be
a
like
really cool
doing
character.
Fucking shampoo steps and goddamn EI sheet slashes and stuff. She just looks more serene, like supportive healing elements and fucking supportive buffing elements type of character. But I could be wrong.
I hope that's the case. I hope she's not like just a full-on DPS again. You know, it's a perfect character in the way that they've described and what it seems like she is. That she's perfectly created in design, in a design element to be a support character. But at the moment, that's one thing I'll say about Kuro. I fucking love the DPS characters, you know?
Let me know your thoughts down below. I yapped a little bit more than I thought I would on this character. I like her. She looks great. Oh, overall design, 9 out of 10. Yeah, I think a 9 out.
If I had to rate it, I'm only doing it because Gacha did, I'd say an 8. I think she's a really cool looking character, but I'd say an 8. I think this veil could look a little bit better. I like the rest of her, really. I quite like how she's got this sort of, this gem, whatever it is, crystal tacit thing going on here, and she doesn't seem to have a tacit mark. Could be wrong. Could be on her back, could be on the back of her hands, whatever. I do really like her design. I feel like this veil could look a little bit better, though, but obviously we've only got this image of her here, so she could look insane in other situations, shall we say. But I really do like her design, though. She looks cool, and I like the description of her as well.
9 out of 10 is proper. Peace, love, and happiness. I'll catch you guys on the flip side. That's all she wrote.
Drip marketing.
All right, good video, man. Good video. Again, I
What's
think
going on?
she's definitely the better character out of the two. I kind of like this character as well, though. Not a fan of like Lolo characters, but it's not like it's not a sus Lolo character. I'm feeling the design as well. I quite like how I said how she's got like the gloves on it. It looks like her hands are turning to ice. So I wonder if she'll be able to do some like cool moves where like she puts her hand to the ground, an animation like that, and ice spreads out. That'd be fucking sick. Or she can do some projectile ice blasting stuff. That'd be kind of cool as well. But yeah, definitely. I'm feeling this character. I'm liking the description of her. And this idea of her being like this other being, it'll be, I think she'll be a real cool addition to the story as well, of potentially opening up to discover more about the universe, the game setting as well. Because obviously as well, I'm not saying maybe she's not so much off planet, but we have already lent into that this is the third planet in the system. Maybe there's potential to go to other planets and stuff. But good video from Gacha Smack. Should definitely check him out. Great content. I like Gacha. And yeah, I'm looking forward to the updates that are coming for Wuthering Waves as well. I'm really looking forward to it. Yo, what's going on, Neo? I have a whole new level of respect for Changli after doing a character quest. It was good, wasn't it? It was good. We need 3 teams of Arena. Can't be everywhere. Agree, especially when it comes to doing the Tower of Adversity. You know, obviously, if you're really good at the game, you don't necessarily need that so much. If you want to go like, you know, like a double DPS support, or just go like 2 DPSs or a sub DPS support, or however you want to play. But at the moment, she's doing a lot of legwork, isn't she, and things like that. And yeah, Boyji's good, but we need somebody to compete with Arena. Switch up the meta a little bit, and just give me a reason to swap her out as well, because she's been in my. This is why she's like the S tier of S tier characters for me in the game, because she's the only character that stays in my team all the time, unless I'm doing like content that's not difficult at all, you know? Because I'll just like typically then I'll like, it depends who I'm playing. I might run Jian, Calcharo, and Yinlin, or I might run like Jinxie, Changli, Yinlin, or I might just fuck it, go 3 DPS, whatever, you know what I mean? But yeah, we definitely need we need some competition for you, girl. We need some competition.
Pisses me off on a level.
Okay. All right. Let's watch this video then. I'm going to play some games, yeah? Play some games. This game doesn't want me to have her. I'm seeing that now. You'll get her. You'll get her. Keep pulling on the banner. You will get her. But not having her does suck. I feel your pain. I feel your pain, buddy. Right then, let's check out this video from Hex Juice. Is Wuthering Waves the best gacha right now? Ooh, I'm just going to say, my opinion, yes. Is it the hottest gacha right now? Probably not. That's probably Honkai and Zenless. We've saw the revenue from Zenless. Insane numbers. But in my opinion, I do think it is the best one for a myriad of reasons. But let's see what she's got to say as well, and see if we agree or disagree. Let's check it out.
We're going to be watching Why is Wuthering Waves so peak?
Okay, so we're reacting to Hex reacting to somebody else talking about the game. Let's go.
Go
Bit of
ahead
react
and get
section.
into it. Come join us on Twitch if you ever have time at twitch.tv/hex_.
Should definitely check out Hex as well. I like Hex.
Where we go live every day except for Sunday, where we watch Discords or watch Discords in my movie. Watch movies in my Discord. You can find all of those links down below in the description box. Personal opinion is Wuthering Waves is so peak because strongly, period. That's it.
It's not wrong.
Subscribe.
So remember when I said I played like 7 other gacha games in my other video? So that's gotten worse.
Fun.
Much worse.
Yeah, my personal opinion is, especially as like a normal human, maybe limit it to like 2. How do you even have time to play that many gacha games daily?
At the minute, the only one that I really play daily is Wuthering Waves, even if I'm playing something else. Like at the minute, the last couple of days, I've been playing Terror Fantasy, and when I was playing a little bit of Zenless on the launch, I'm still playing Zenless, I just haven't played it for a few days. I do make sure I log in every day for Wuthering Waves. I do my daily, I spend my wave plates, and I try and do as much of the experience that I can do that doesn't take too long on the podcast, so I can make sure I get that finished by next week. But yeah, it is the only one I do that on. Here and there, I'm hopping on Zenless and I'm like collecting my polychrome, getting my login bonus, maybe getting some mats here and there, but I'm not really doing that. Wuthering's the only game I'm doing that, and at the minute, it's the only game that I'm doing a little bit of light spending on as well, which I haven't done for a while actually. But yeah.
I don't know, unless you're just not keeping up with your dailies, I guess. But it's like, damn, it's not for me.
So what's so different about this game that makes it so fun in my eyes? Does it have hot women?
Who's the
Chongli.
bird now?
Chongli, 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 Chongli. Ow, ow.
Man, Yinling gets no respect anymore. Yinling gets no freaking respect. You know, don't get me wrong, Chongli's a whole heap of hotness, but let's put some respect on Yinling's name, man. Come on.
Ow, ow, bark, bark, Chongli. Ow, ow, bark, Chongli, Chongli.
Does it have gambling?
Of course.
Yeah, baby.
It does. You absolute fool.
Does it have the...
What is this?
Does it have good combat that actually makes...
I would like
Dude, what is this? What is going on with this video quality here? This is ass.
a written essay regarding what I was supposed to take from that edit, because I think I know, and I think that's a crazy thing to admit on the internet in a video like that. But yeah, I'd like a 500 minimum word essay explaining.
I missed that. I'm not going to get into it. I think I know what she might be alluding to there, but we've spoke about enough weird stuff today in the anime space, so let's continue.
What that was supposed to mean. Thank you so much. We'll continue, but this is like strike 1 and 2.
Is it a game?
What is this bit rate? What is
For real, I thought I was tripping then. I thought it might have been on Hex's end. This bitrate looks fucking dire, dude. Like, what is this mess of pixels? I hope my streams don't look this bad or my videos don't look this bad. Let me know, guys.
is happening?
Actually has all this and more. So if all that interests you, please let me tell you why Wuthering Waves is so peak.
Okay.
It is peak, though. It is. The game is, like, it's a banger, man. It's a slapper. We were talking about just in the previous video about the poor launch potentially leading to the success or perceived success that Wuthering Waves has had so far. Again, we won't know that for a few more months, in my opinion. We need to look at the trends and all that sort of stuff. And I agreed with some of the points in that. But, yeah, man, dude, the gameplay in this game just absolutely slaps. And the combat is top tier, the best in the gacha space, and he's really, like, seriously good contender for decent combat outside the space as well. I don't even mean decent, legit.
So what's so different about this game that I actually make a video about it compared to all the other gacha games I play? Well, in this game, there's gameplay to it.
There's also Chongli.
Whoa, the game has a game in it. Ugh. It feels like an RPG style of game that you could see yourself buying, but it just so happens.
Yep, for real. Like I say, in my opinion, first and foremost, this is an action JRPG with gacha systems attached to it. Kind of similar to Genshin, but the systems interfered less with the gameplay loop in itself, especially the traversal in your dailies as well, in my opinion, because I hate the dailies in Genshin Impact. But they both are truly games with systems attached to it, which are a detriment for some people. I agree, and I understand where they're coming from. But yeah, dude, this game is legit a full-blown JRPG, or ARA JRPG, should I say, and I love it.
Happens to be free. I say that because even without optimized builds or the best event characters, you still have to be good at the game to even beat the bosses in this game.
I think that's
Not all the bosses, but definitely the holograms for sure. This game requires mechanical dexterity, if that's the right word. It definitely requires a little bit of skill. It's not all about the numbers, where something like Honkai Star Rail, of course, is turn-based, so this isn't the best comparison. it's all about the numbers. Skill really doesn't matter. Knowing your builds and knowing how to do stuff, and then, you know, the numbers. And probably it's a little bit more like that in Genshin, but still there's a little bit of skill there, I guess. Or and I guess somewhat in Zenless Zone Zero, but a little bit of the manual feels taken away from you. But in this, man, it really does feel like the gameplay is king and the gacha system is secondary until you get to some of the real harder content, and then it's like, right, I'm definitely getting DPS checked here. I need to level up what I've got, or I really could do with pulling potentially.
Mostly only true for holograms.
Hey, what's up, Chris?
The Tower of
I agree,
Adversity is equally as level gated and not as skill based as basically any other gacha game. I think this most.
I agree with that to a point. It is, like I say, the DPS checks of needing to be a certain level and having certain teams. But again, skill definitely comes into it because some of the characters can be incredibly aggressive, less so in the adversity and more so in the holograms. But it's still there a little bit, in my opinion. You need to be locked in. You do.
Mostly only applies to holograms, but also does to an extent apply to holograms.
It's crazy. There's an actual game with this gacha game, and you winning isn't entirely determined by what character you have. Characters so far feel like
It's still pretty determined by the character you have.
It is, but I've seen some people clear some content with characters that I'm just like, dude, I wouldn't be able to do that, you know? And there's always going to be that in these sorts of games. Of course, there's going to be people who are true gods. But I do agree with both there. I think, you know, it leans a lot more into the player and less of the characters, but also it does lean into the characters heavily as well.
Have for the end game content specifically and very, very much so in Tower of Adversity, but the holograms are very cool.
different places.
That's more about your team comp, isn't it, really, though? And having a good chunk of characters leveled up. And so that goes into a lot more into, again, who you do have, I guess. But, you know, spending time in building your teams, I think.
Styles rather than the new must-have character. Although Chang Li definitely feels like a character I need for different reasons. The combat consists of different meters, like the Concerto meter that allows you to do different moves, or bust a character that you swap to, and the Forte meter, which usually consists of a unique move that a character can do, like the Biden Blast.
Biden
I feel like
Blast.
the animation power creep's gonna be way faster than character power creep. But the game also has
Oh, dude, the animation power creep is fucking crazy. Let's be for real. The animation power creep with Jinshi and Chongli alone was wild.
enemy attacks that you could
True. Still, nobody's topped our boy Calcharo in the intro animation yet, though, have they? Which is kind of weird.
dodge and get a counterattack out of afterwards. And the best part of the game, parries.
Yeah.
Most enemies
Parry
have
system's
attacks that
cool.
if you attack when the circles overlap, you stun them and break their posture. Once you do break their posture fully, you get to blast them with damage for a bit. And
Except for Morning Aches, where you can't see the fucking circle if you're high enough level on the holograms, which is disgusting bullshit. I hate that boss so bad. I get that Tempest Memphis is technically harder, okay? Memphis, I'm gonna be disrespectful and mispronounce his name. Memphis is technically very much harder and requires more skill, but the fact with that Aches doesn't let you even see the parry bar on the higher levels is so gross. I hate that boss so bad.
a lot of these bosses
Dude, the most annoying fights for me, and they're not even hard fights, is the Geo Chalon and freaking Juhei. And just because Juhei spends all his time running off, and the Geo Chalon, the biggest fight in that fight, it's not hard, because obviously it's not hologram level content. You're just battling with the camera in that fight. The other stuff, it can be a bit frustrating sometimes. But yeah, that's the two things that piss me off about some of the fights.
have unique parts
And
in
it's
them
not
too.
even hard
Like Memphis,
content.
Tennessee has a ton of parryable attacks, so many that even this shadow clone can be parried. This fucker that
Yeah, but it's got RNG with its attacks, which is pretty miserable. I hate this boss!
flies around like an asshole and has invisible parries at higher difficulties.
I
and
hate
my
him.
personal favorite, the Crownless. He just comes out with fisticuffs ready to smash your skull in with a 200-hit combo.
Dude, I forgot what the character's name is now. Is it Igris from Solo Leveling? That's this fucking dude, man. Dude just comes out ready for war, and I love it, actually. So
The
anime.
punches really, I find very personally offensive. And I know that that is perhaps a melodramatic word to use. The way that Crownless just comes at you with hands pisses me off on a level that, like, I honestly can't really fully put into words. Like, I'm having to use all of the magic and mystical shit, all of the elements of the universe at my disposal, and he's just punching me in the head, trying to crack my skull with his hand.
Yeah, that's what's so badass about him, though, man. That's what's so badass about him. That's like, you know, dude just comes out tank style. I don't know why sometimes Cal's intro animation doesn't play for me. Yeah, that happens, sure.
And it pisses me off.
These bosses do have a time limit though, so you need to have the right build to beat them with, which is where gearing comes in. Now, given that I have played 12 other gacha games at least, with most of them having RNG bullshit for gear that makes me want to kill myself every time I get another fucking HP set, or
In Minecraft, of course.
substats that rival the luck of a damn slot machine, this game is a breath of fresh air compared to these games. The game doesn't really stop you from grinding like many other games do. So
That's one thing that is about this. Is obviously the ecosystem, the rolls, the mats. Not so much the rolls anymore, just the mats to get to the point to roll multiple echoes if you're not getting the substats you want. But the idea that you can really just continually grind until your heart's content. Obviously, off-world stuff's got its limit unless you're going into other players' worlds. But, like the boss stuff, you can just farm that shit all freaking day long if you want to, which is really nice. There's no limit to it.
So you can just keep killing enemies to keep getting echoes to eat. And if
I don't know how much logistical and legitimate benefit there is to just endlessly grinding echoes because you can't level them all. Like, okay, yeah, you could take...
Oh, yeah, but that's why you don't level them all, though, do you? Of course, you take it to level 5, potentially level 10, see where the echo's going, whether it's a good echo, whether it's worth continuing, or whether it's one to just throw to the side or one to feed, potentially. I understand what you might say, that that's still going to use mats, which is true. It is true. You will burn through the mats, and that's where the bottleneck comes in, that you are going to be limited in terms of, right, okay, I needed to build this character, but I'm going to have to go farm Tacit Discords or whatever it is, or Tacit Fields, should I say. I need some echo experience. I get that. But the actual ability to just keep farming the echoes, to have them there waiting for when you do have the mats, in my opinion, is really nice. You know, it just adds a little bit of a thing. Okay, I can't necessarily do this today, but let's just farm some echoes ready for when I can, and I can just splurge out on them, like, you know what I mean?
Basically grind out as many echoes as you can, but like it would be equally as frustrating if you could just get a fuckload of relics and not level any of them until because you were gated by getting level up materials, you know? I think it would be also incredibly frustrating if you could just get relics and not level them until you got the level up materials to do so. Like there is still a gating factor. Do I prefer it over relics and artifacts in Hoyo games? Absolutely yes. But I think that there is less of a benefit than you would think to just endlessly grinding echoes. Is there a benefit? Sure. Is it enough for me to take the time to do it? Absolutely not. And not for most people, I think.
whatever you got isn't good tasting, you can just smash them together.
Well, I think unless you're min-maxing the game anyway, you're not going to do that anyway. I like the actual option to do it. I don't do it myself because I'm not really bothered about min-maxing the shit out of the game, like some people are. But the option's there for people who want to do that. But you are bottlenecked. You are time gated in essence, because you are going to run out of materials, and you're going to need to farm those materials, which are obviously going to cost you wave plates, and then you're going to have to wait.
To get a new thing. It's just like cooking. There is still RNG to it, but the fact the game doesn't stop you is a very nice thing. The game gives you the freedom to do. Tuning for substats by rolling.
So you can't fodder echoes in this game only if you've put levels into them, and it still decreases the amount that you get back from having leveled. So if it's level 15, you can fodder it into a new echo, but it'll be like level 13. There's no way to fodder unleveled echoes, and that is a direct means with which they gate you from continuing to progress and get higher stats.
A D20 and the main stats are still RNG, but you get so many of them you could just swap one for the other, or keep trying to just do some Frankenstein stitching together type of bullshit. My only complaint is that level up materials are quite scarce without wave plates. I've heard other people talk about how after you get guaranteed upgrades like skills and weapon level and focusing on just one team, using your wave plates for this won't be so bad. I'm inclined to agree with them in this regard. So
I think that's fair to say. If you just focus,
It is. It depends on what. That's the good thing about this game. You can really focus on specific things and do a lot in that regards. And if you want to just keep building echoes, you can use your wave plates every single day, especially when we're going to get storage. You know, the potential to just when you are missing days, just to focus in on your echoes is really good. At the end of the day, you're going to end up running out of credits and such. But the option is a lot more free, if you will, than what it is in the other games.
focus in on one team and manage your resources appropriately. It's not too bad. However, to act like you just get to endlessly grind echoes, because there's a difference between being able to grind endlessly and there actually being progression attached to that grind. Is there actual a lot of progression that is attached to the grind of echoes? Not really, because it is very limited how many of them you can actually level.
I'll see how things go in your end game. I'm still in mid game, so we'll see. The open world for this game is quite fun too.
Also, I'll say, in Wuthering Waves, to be fair, main stats are really, really important. There's much less of a benefit of picky substats in Wuthering Waves than there is in other
Agree to a point with that, yeah.
gachas. Having the right
Oh,
main
so
stats and having a good weapon with the right characters on your team is much, like, so much significantly more important than in other games. The substats are, there's a lot more copium substats that you can have because there's, like, basic attacks, you know, all of that stuff. But you're having the right...
Again, though, it depends. I think if you're trying to min-max or you're going for specific content, they're a little bit more important, but she's not wrong.
Main stats and stuff is much more valuable and has much more of a benefit to your actual damage than it does in other
Getting that good roll on your initial main stat is the real thing, you know, on your crit damage or your crit rate, getting that high roll, getting that god tier, and then you get terrible substats and it kind of like ruins it, but still, yeah, that's where it's at. If you can get those really good main stats, if you can. I think, what is it 22% for damage and 12% for rate, I think?
Other
I could be wrong on the
type of
numbers.
games.
Despite the fact that
In my
that's kind
opinion.
of a buzzword nowadays, this open world's actually not too bad. There's a lot of chests around the map, so you can level up characters and weapons, as well as these diamonds that give you echo level up stuff.
Yep.
I really like the open world in this game. I like the open world in Genshin as well. I am an enjoyer of open world games, especially if they're densely packed. My biggest problem with the open world in Genshin was that traversal was so AIDS that it just wasn't enjoyable to get around. You know, anything over 10 foot was like, this is going to be asshole. I've got to go the long way around here. I'm going to have to stop for rest every 2 freaking seconds. Sprinting was a pain in the ass. In this, you know, the world feels great to traverse, which is a real big bonus. I actually enjoy getting from place to place. Although, I think as you go further into any sort of game like this, the open world starts to become a little bit more of a detraction from the actual gameplay because you're just trying to get to places to do specific things, and the open world itself becomes a chore almost. But I think that's just a problem of all open world games anyway, especially live service open world games. But the great thing is, obviously, updates to the map and having new places to explore. But I do really like the world. I do.
Only some, though. It's not that much. After a while,
Genshin characters must smoke a lot. Stamina is so small. For real, dude. For real. Smoking a 20-pack a day, yeah.
if you explore enough, the game just gives you a device to find this stuff around you that you can infinitely use, but you can only have 3 on the map. I feel...
Yeah, the loot mapper is pretty poggers. I love the loot mapper. I think that is one of the best things that they did.
The tools in general are good in the game. The loot mapper, the sensor, obviously the grappling hook. They're all pretty cool, man.
To give you the ability to get the loot mapper early into the game. It's not hard to get that loot mapper, and you can use it infinitely without having to craft it. And they gave it a wider range. Bust.
This has got nothing to do with anything that we're talking about here, but can we freaking get some new glider skins as well? Like, what the fuck is the glider? I'm guessing it's a tacit. It's, you know, it's a Discord. It's like some weird looking creature. But can we get some cool looking gliders? When Changli come, I thought, oh, do you know what would be cool? Broly, why can't that be a glider? You know, like Fortnite type. Let's throw some skins in there, man. Give us a little bit of extra something to maybe purchase in-game with our credits, or chuck it into a banner. I don't know. Like, I just think that'd be kind of cool.
This really solidifies the game respects your time to some degree. All you have to do is play the game a bit, and you get to see the entire map of loot. Some are locked behind enemies and puzzles, but the puzzles aren't usually that hard. Some are cool.
The puzzles are pretty weak in the game. That's one of my biggest issues with the game. Well, it's not an issue, but I do think a lot of the... And I don't want super difficult puzzles in this sort of game, because at the end of the day, it's not a puzzle game. But I do want some puzzles that are not difficult, but just have a little bit of extra to them, you know? And hopefully, when we get the new area, we do get some new puzzles, because I think this is what I'd like to see as well from the endgame content. Give me some freaking raids, man. Some full-on MMO raids. And you can throw these puzzles into the raid. Give me some platforming. Give me some mobs. Give me some elites. Give me a bunch of elites. Give me some light puzzles. And then throw in a freaking hologram-style boss at the end of it. And I'll be happy as Larry, I'm telling you.
Like the puzzles where you have to manipulate time, or the Tetris Piece ones. There's also stronger enemies around the map. Some being absurd levels, like 100.
Fuck these guys. Fuck these guys.
20 when the max character level is
That Light Crusher's an asshole. I just want to say that.
90. They guarantee a high level echo though, so it's worth it. And technically, they can be beat with a level 1 character. There are plenty of videos on it. Because
Technically, yeah, technically.
you can do a fixed amount of damage when you dodge. So literally just get good and you'll get it. There's also some silly stuff. Like
That's a problem for me though. That's a problem for me though.
this plastic chair that heals you fully and definitely isn't a reference. Echo challenges, where you can use the powers of an echo to do certain challenges that also reward you, such as playing Star Fox, swimming, and best of all,
Swimming.
fixing Tetris, and this mountain that you could just ski off of.
I love Clang Bang.
Yeah.
He's so cute.
Dude, I love this area. It doesn't look so great in this video here, but this area is so gorgeous, especially in the evening / night time. It just looks beautiful. One thing about this game that he does many times, that I'll stop and I'm just like, damn man, that look good. That's pretty. Then again though, Genshin does do that, and Star Rail as well, but in a different way because the art style's different. With this, I think it's just it's fidelity-wise is a little bit better, obviously with a good art style as well. But yeah, there's lots of times I find myself stopping and standing still just to look at something because it looks very nice.
I like
This game
this
is
one
awesome.
too. It's
It
fun.
also gives you a ton of loot.
Onwards.
Yep.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
I've still yet to do the Gamba Cat thing, you know, where there's that one cat you can find, can't you? And it takes you to like a bunch of chests and you can choose the chests and there's like some good loot in the one chest. But I think it kind of pushes which chest to pick. But I haven't done that. Have you guys done that?
There's probably a ton that I missed, but those are the best selling points other than the characters have really fun kits. Jinchi is probably my favorite.
Yep. Agree. This is what I was talking about earlier in the Gacha Smack video where we were saying, like, you know, and he was saying as well, like, oh, wouldn't it be cool if we had like a crossover, which would be cool, but it never happened because Hoyo would look so bad because you'd have like Genshin characters coming into Wuthering Waves, and obviously they'd have to like be adapted to play in Wuthering Waves, and those characters would look super fucking cool in the movesets, and then the Wuthering Waves characters would go off to Genshin and kind of look like ass. I just think that'd be funny, but it's never going to happen because, well, it's never going to happen anyway, but I just thought that'd be funny.
Chongli is my favorite, but before that, my favorite DPS to play was Encore, which means I get to play my most fun 2 characters in the same team, which is very poggers and epic style. Also, the character designs are really nice in my opinion, and the 3D models are really hot, especially for the weapons.
Dude, the dudes don't get enough love in this game as well. You know what I mean? I fucking love the designer Jian and Calcharo. They are both crazy fucking cool looking characters in my opinion. Especially Calcharo, you know, it's Dollar Store Sephiroth. And Jian's just badass as well. That's one thing I like about this, that Genshin, because like all the male characters in Genshin just look like twinks, don't they? For the most part anyway. I know some of the later ones are looking a little bit more like dudes. Yeah, the dudes actually look like dudes in this game, and I appreciate that.
She's mine. You can't have her. Even the 4-stars are really good if you build them right. Like Danchin, that slices herself with her sword.
She's a fake 5-star, man. Let's just face it. She's a
puts
5-star
blood
in
on her
disguise.
sword and somehow does more damage doing that. Or this guy with a gun.
Does she not summon the whole sword out of blood? Because she like summons a second sword that she doesn't always have. Is that not her blood? Is that not a full blood
Morphe's actually decent as well, especially for Jian.
sword? I don't know if it really matters. This is like useless to know. I'm just curious. I'm pretty sure the whole sword is blood, which I think is really cool.
There's only like a couple things I could say is bad, like the early story before Mount Firmament. It's just boring. As well as the English voice acting for it. It's awful.
Yeah, some of the voice acting is poor. We've spoken about this multiple times. I don't need to go into it.
It's about Genshin Impact 1.0 level of bad. I heard a well-respected company has taken over for this, and I could tell because the 1.1 voice acting sounds a lot better in English.
Okay, about the accents. We chose to work with Side London because of their great portfolio and because Britain is geographically closer to China than the US, making communication easier. As a result, most of our VAs have been British. Previously, we told all VAs to do US accent, which wasn't in their comfort zone. We have adjusted our direction to not require US accent after recording. It just goes back to the translation errors in the game originally. Funny. After recording the first 2 main story arcs, going forward, we plan to work more closely with our voice director and pay more attention to the accents to keep them more consistent and natural. Thank you. Because I get it. You know, there's a lot of big VAs in anime that are American, you know, and I get it. But dude, man, like, I think anime characters with British accents, I'm biased because I'm British. I think it sounds fucking cool, man. So I'm happy to hear that.
Yes,
I would be
very
sticking
much
with
better.
Korean though, since I'm slowly learning it. And that's it. It's a game that combat.
Especially if they're British as well, you know.
I almost want to drop $5 on the Lunite description just to support Kuro. Too bad I'm poor and would rather have someone else donate me $5. With that, time to go to my outro that no one gives a damn about. Bye bye.
I enjoyed this video. I agree
Yeah,
with
it was the
most
same.
of the points. I think Wuthering Waves, as far as gacha games go, is about as good as is like the best. Especially if you're somebody that's a gamer who likes to game and doesn't just want to.
Agree. Can't, you know, it's facts. I think if you might, there might be elements in other games that you're like, I prefer this, but I think a lot of it will be revolved around maybe either the story, particular characters potentially, or the gacha systems themselves. But I think if you're going to look at specifically just the gameplay loop itself and the combat and the game, I think it's obviously subjectively the best one in that version, in my opinion. Obviously, there might be different types of gameplay you might like. If you prefer turn-based, you're going to prefer something like freaking Star Rail or Brain Dust, aren't you? You just are. But I think if, you know, if you're looking at it from just a gameplay standpoint, I think it's hard to argue that it's not the best in that regards.
You know, do silly stuff. You know, like, you know, look at pretty girls, look at pretty guys, and spend money and gamble. Like, I think as far as it goes, Wuthering Waves is like the best possible thing you could get from gacha right now. In terms of action-based combat, the combat is very fun, very smooth. I like the parry system.
Tight as
I
fuck.
like that the teams are not too complicated to build, and it allows your skill to show through. I like.
They're not complicated, but they also have a lot of nuance as well and extra layers. And if you look at some of the videos I've been watching recently with the animation cancellation, especially in like Changli, I didn't realize that pretty much everything can be cancelled to give you even more out of the characters. Ridiculous. And the juggling that you can do sometimes is insane. And the way the tech can be used, if you really like, you know, looking into how the character works, is insane. That's like below the surface level, which is good to see. I think a lot of people will just interact with them more on a baser level and still get a lot out of it. That's why I like the combat in this game. Actually is quite deep in my opinion.
Like the character designs. Thus far, the story has only gotten better and better, which is saying something because I don't really like gacha stories. Also, Chongli. Ultimately, this video is answered by one single word. Why is Wuthering Waves so peak? Chongli, period. That's it. Let me know what you agree or disagree. What are the reasons that you like WuWa specific?
Chongli is peak. She's peak waifu design. She really is. As to story, I think a lot of the time, just with like gacha stories, it can be like super convoluted. I think, you know, and like it's not that they're bad. It's just that I think as well with the way that they work, how you get breaks in the story, and if the game is kind of convoluted, you kind of forget what the fuck's going on. I'm not saying that Star Rail is. I just found that when I took breaks from Star Rail, I come back and I was like, I forgot what the fuck is going on in this universe, you know? I've not got a clue what's happening anymore.
Specifically, you're not allowed to mention any other games, though. Tell me why you like Wuthering Waves without talking about other games. Don't mention Genshin or HSR or no other gacha games or nothing like that. What do you like about WuWa specifically? I want to hear that. Comment down below. Come join us on Twitch if you have time. Join the...
All right, good video. Reacting to a reaction, I guess. You know, I like to do that here. That was a good video initially from the original dude. You should definitely check it Hex and check out Zient DeViro. He's only got a tiny channel and looks like he's doing some decent content actually, so that's good to see. I'm going to drop him a sub actually. I like that video. But I agree. I think it is the best gacha game out at the moment. I hope it doesn't stay the best, and I know that sounds crazy. I love the game and I've really been enjoying it, but I hope Neverness to Everness steps things up. I hope that Azure Premilia steps things up and Project Mugen, and it just then makes this get better, and we just have an arms race. That's what we want at the end of the day, don't we? We want them just to keep getting better and better, and competition breeds competence, I guess, and makes it better for us at the end of the day as a consumer. But yeah, good video. Good video. We need to tell Chad there is Leon Kennedy's VA. I don't have Gian, but Cal's my hammer. Yes, I love Gian, my favorite character I play. Yeah, I like Gian. Like, I describe Gian as like a crane eater character. He's super simple, but dude's just like a fucking beast, and he makes me really enjoy him, man. Really enjoy him. Like, you know, you've got like Jinsei, get a bit more out of her, but and she's super fun to play. Like, not to, like, I really like playing as Jinsei, but it's just in a different way. I just like that. They're like, you know, Gian's just like Sledge, man. The dude just fucking comes in and busts the door down kind of thing. Super simple. Does what he says on the tin, and I like that about him. We were said about the cats. I did that one. You have to look for the one cat that sits in front of once you get it, the lady who runs the game throws you out. Yeah, I haven't done that one. I need to get it done. I need to get it done, to be fair. Yeah, but those freaking, what are they? Light bringer fucking things or whatever they are, that 120s. Oh, those dudes are a bitch, man. They are an absolute bitch. All right, let's watch this video from Sticks.
Happened in the gacha.
And then we'll get into the game. All right, I've got a sore throat today, chat. I have a sore throat. How's everybody doing anyway, though, today? I don't think I'm very well at the minute. I got a sore throat. My jaw's aching, you know? Rosie's been abusing me while I'm asleep. Oh, yeah, as well, guys, there's a new video out on my channel today. China's plan to clone the entire gaming industry. It's a longer one. It's 45 minutes long, but, you know, check it out. Shout out to everybody who's been watching the videos recently on the channel. You guys have been killing it. Killing it. Remember as well, guys, if you're watching on the YouTube live stream, be sure to drop a like on the stream. It's very much appreciated. And if you're watching on the short stream and you're on mobile, touch and hold the screen for 2 seconds. The like button will pop up and you can like the stream. And if you're watching on desktop and you're watching the short stream, that's the vertical stream. And you're probably thinking, what the fuck is up with this aspect ratio? Go over to the YouTube channel. You'll be able to watch the stream in 1440p, or come over to Twitch and you can watch the stream in HD. So, you know, saves you watching that. All good as it goes. Hope you're good. Yeah, I'm good, dude, man. Not too bad at all. Thank you. Better than the rest of the country at the minute, I guess, because fuck me. Stop sucking Asian dicks then. I don't wanna. Yeah. The cat chest thing, yeah. Yeah, I haven't done that myself either. All right. Let's check this video out then from Sticks. Concerning news. Wuthering Waves deleted, gacha shut down, Zenless punishing Grey Raven and Nikke. The whole host of stuff here. I'm guessing this is a news video, but before we get into it, I did hear that Wuthering Waves was taken off the Play Store or the Google or the whatever, which one everyone, the Apple Play Store or the Google Play Store for a tie-in for 24 hours or something, and like the revenue was affected or something like that. I'm not 100% sure about it, but I don't think it had the best month in comparison. But this is all just on mobile as well, so it's obviously going to have heavily affected that, and we haven't got the PC numbers, which I think in Wuthering Waves' case might potentially dwarf the mobile numbers. That's just an assumption, but I think it's potentially a possible assumption because I think most people do play on PC. Another assumption. But let's get into the video from Six then, shall we?
Hey, my name is Six and welcome back to your weekly gacha recap, a video series right over the latest news, registrations, test phases, new releases, juicy drama, everything that happened in the...
So this is why I do like watching Sticks' videos, because he'll go through these videos and then I'll be like, dude, I didn't even know that this game was coming out, and then I'll check it out and I'm like, okay, I kind of like it.
Gacha genre over the course of the last week in one easy to digest format. If this is your first time here, consider subscribing to the channel.
I think it was Sticks that I found out about Brown Dust 2 and Reverse 1999 as well. Both games I've only played very little of, but what I did play, kind of liked. We're going to go back to those games, start new accounts, and start those again, actually, though.
Hitting a little bell notification, that way you're up to date with every single thing that I post, and I post daily. Do not miss out. Now it's like 7 in the morning. I have to have this edited within the next hour to...
Sticks is a massive Kuma as well, just throwing that out there.
Post. So let's go ahead and just jump right in. We're going to start this off with games that are entering end of service first, beginning with Time Maiden RPG Ecstasy. As of
Never heard of it.
48 hours, the game
Never heard of it.
is no longer playable. It is no longer accessible. This is a sad day for all of us Time Maiden fans. But while this
I don't think there was that many though, was there?
game is no more, we still have Action Time Maiden, which is available on both mobile and PC via Steam, and we have the very fun Time Maiden anime that I strongly urge you to watch by yourself, not when friends or family are around. Review Starlight Relive have announced their end of service after 5 years of Running. I actually don't know what this game is. I
Never heard
don't
of it.
recall having ever seen
Never
this,
heard of it.
but from what I could tell from Googling, the revenue for this game was in the dumpster. I don't know how.
I'm guessing so because I've never heard of it. I'm not like the most savvy on all of these games, of course. If it's not on PC, I don't give a shit. I ain't playing shit on mobile. So, yeah, but still, never heard of that.
How they managed to maintain this game for the last couple years when the game was making such a negligible amount of money. Kartrider Drift has announced end of service for global. The Korean and the Taiwanese servers are going to remain up. Nexon is apparently pulling the plug on global due to the abysmal global launch.
It seems to be a bit of a pattern here on all these games that are ending service. I've never ever heard of any of them, so it's not surprising, I guess.
Really bad collabs. Honestly, I didn't even know Kartrider Drift came out. I don't know when this happened. Alice Fiction has officially shut down both in Japan
Never heard of it again.
and in English, with the Japanese Twitter going on to state that the termination will be on September 30th. Or, well, evidently then it hasn't shut down yet. It announced that it was shutting down and is going to shut down on the 30th. They express their deepest gratitude, as these studios always do. Code Geass Lost Stories has announced their end of service is going to take.
Now, I've heard of this one, but I've never seen any gameplay about it. I've heard of the name though, so again, I guess it's not surprising because I've not really heard people talking about it, which kind of makes sense.
Place on August 29th. I did a dedicated video on Code Geass Lost Stories. I thought that this was an abomination of a game. It was not at all fun, not at all entertaining. I strongly urged everyone that played it to just stop, because there are just significantly better games out there. So to me, this is a win. All these terrible ports, these adaptations of popular anime and manga should not exist. They are.
At the end of the day, they're just going off the name, aren't they? You know, I like Solo Leveling and Rise. I haven't played really any of the others that are kind of going, like, you know, like riding the coattails of an anime and the fan base of that. But it's typically the same when you get like movie tie-in games, isn't it, and all that sort of stuff. They're just like, right, we've got a name. Let's pump a game out. It's usually garbage. So it doesn't surprise me that a lot of the anime games that do this as well are no different. They're just hoping that, hey, we've got this name, we're going to get some sales, we'll make the money, we'll make some profit, and we'll be good to bounce once we've done that.
Low effort, low quality, and they're essentially all just copy paste.
Are you pretty much gacha full time now? No, it's the only thing that's interested me recently. There's just like, I'm just kind of waiting for a few games to come out at the moment.
Bullshit. Arclight, interestingly enough, announced that they were shutting down.
Waiting on
And then
Throne of
after
Liberty.
They received a little bit of feedback, decided, you know what? No. We're not shutting down. We're
And the new world as well.
Shutdown announcement. We're end of servicing our end of service announcement. We're canceling our service cancellation. Yeah. Now the game is going to continue to live on and still never release globally.
Yeah, if it's a gacha game as well, that's like, is that going to encourage you to want to spend money on a gacha game? You know? Oh, the game's cancelling. Oh, actually, we're cancelling the cancellation. We're back in business, baby. It's like, doesn't encourage me to feel safe as spending. Well, you shouldn't feel safe spending any money on any video game, really, especially gacha games. You might as well just piss it down the fucking bog and be like, you know what? It's gone. You're never getting it back, and it doesn't really mean anything, and it's not yours to own, and you've got some digital JPEGs of some big titty waifus, which I guess is fine, and that's how you should take it. But a game that's pretty much nearly died and then's been resurrected, it's like, it's probably not a good, you know, good news for the future of the game, I would guess. I think it's probably going to be risky to spend any money on that one.
Because that's great. Noctilucent is a brand new gacha game that has begun its closed beta test if you're interested in participating potentially. The game has several different languages available, English being one of them, even though this is a Chinese test phase. Nikkei is celebrating their International Bunny Day commemoration.
Okay, I know Nikkei's like full on degeneracy, yeah. I think we should play this game one of the days.
Event.
To be fair though, I think there's stuff that on this where you wouldn't actually be able to stream it, am I right? Because this shit gets wild, dude.
Which, I mean, you know, I think, but can I just be honest here and openly admit that I think this is an event that more of us should celebrate more frequently? Like, International Bunny Day, International Maid Day, International Pirate Day, International like bar wench day.
International Pirate Day. One of these things is not like the other there, Sticks. You know? Just saying.
Those all sound great to me, man. Now, before we talk about anything
Maids, bunnies, bar wenches, pirates. You know, hear me out.
else, so I'm going to take a moment here to thank my incredible patrons over on Patreon and my YouTube channel members who allow for me to continue to do dedicated videos like this every single day. You guys are incredible, phenomenal, insane. And again, thank you all enough for the support. Let's keep talking. Last week, it was confirmed that Wuthering Waves essentially got purged.
That was it. It was purged from iOS then, yeah. Okay.
From the iOS ranking globally, except for within China. This lasted for in between 2 to 3 days. Some people were claiming 48 hours. Some people were claiming like 54 to 56 hours. This was around the time of Chong-Li's release, the banner for Chong-Li, which definitely impacted the total revenue for the game, at least globally.
Did it impact the revenue, or did it impact the reporting of the revenue? Was the game still accessible and you were able to purchase, or was it just that the revenue wasn't being calculated or fed through to whoever can collect it to distribute it for public reasons? I don't know. Because obviously if the game wasn't accessible and you couldn't spend on the game, then that's going to impact the revenue massively, especially on the day of the banner as well. That's crazy. I wonder what happened there then.
I don't think by a significant margin people are claiming that global revenue would have been up tens of millions had they not been purged or hindered. And I think the revenue definitely would have been up a few million. I don't think it was significant enough to really change where the game fell. Maybe it would have made enough to rival Genshin, and Genshin, of course, is at its lowest point right now due to the incredible lull in content. But even so, despite where it ended up, I think it is kind of weird that the game, for whatever reason, ended up suffering this weird hiccup, this mistake at the release of Chong-Li's banner. Sort of.
There's been no news on why that happened then. That's weird, isn't it? That's interesting. Was it a software issue or what? I'll be curious to see about that. This is another game that I was kind of interested in checking out. Is it like a chibi tile-based RPG? The one reason I haven't checked it out is because some people were saying that the PC version, you can get it on Steam, is atrocious in that it's still very mobile based, which doesn't bother me. But when you like load up the game, the loading screen or whatever it is, the menu or whatever, has no FPS limit, and people were saying, obviously, you know, the risks that come with that, the FPS is going into the thousands, and I don't really want to risk melting my GPU potentially for an uncapped menu screen. Because I've had some games that have done that in the past. It's never really caused me any issues, but I had some that go into the hundreds, high hundreds, like 700 FPS, which is crazy. But going into the thousands is wild.
That is a brand new gacha game that just released as of July 31st. I was excited for this game. I'm actually going to be streaming this in just a little bit. It is currently sitting at mixed reviews over on Steam because there are people that weren't aware, I think, that this was a gacha game. I'm not entirely sure. It's much higher rated on the Play Store. Ascent Protocol has begun their open beta test as of the 31st of July. I know nothing about the game other than the fact that it is a...
What would the game do there in the menu? No idea. Just bad decisions, I guess, really. Like, it's wild to have it uncapped in the menu. Like, I've had a few games do that in the past, which I don't understand why they would ever do that, you know? I don't know.
Japanese gacha game. Japanese gacha games are very rare, and I feel like the reason they're so rare is because they don't really do very well, shut down very quickly, and for whatever reason not only can't be pushed out as frequently as Chinese gacha games, but at the same time just don't seem to have the same kind of innovative ideas that Chinese gacha games do. Blue Archive in Japan achieved the #1 sales ranking on the Google Play Store. They're giving out a free 10 poll delivered to all players, not just Blue.
Also, I do think that, like, obviously, the gacha space, they're a lot more established at the moment, the Chinese developers, but I do potentially think this next decade is going to be the rise of the Chinese developer in gaming. And I know, of course, Tencent's been involved in gaming now for a few years in the shadows, shall we say, and getting its tendrils everywhere. But I mean, actually being at the forefront of actually developing games and you know, bringing new emerging ideas into the gaming space. It'd be interesting to see what they bring to it and the positives and potentially negatives that they could bring. And I'm not just talking in the gacha space as well. I'm talking in AAA development, normal games. I'll be really interested to see what they bring. Of course, I think we'll probably see a lot of games that look very similar to other games as well. But I think that has been kind of the Chinese ML for a while. But I do think now we're going to see more Chinese developers trying to create their own interesting, unique IPs going forward. And I'm excited to see, because I must admit, don't get me wrong, I love a lot of Western developers and Western games, but I just think we're really stuck in a cultural quagmire in the gaming space at the moment, and hopefully the East will save us and bring us out of that in the AAA space as well, and developers will start to figure out that, okay, this shit really doesn't sell games. Let's maybe pivot back to just making good games and not worry so much about fucking activists on Twitter getting mad about a woman with big tits or something, you know what I mean?
Archive though, but also Arknights, who hit the #1 in iOS Japan. They are also giving out a free 10 poll. This is exclusive to Japanese players, however. Arknights, as of the 31st of July, also rolled out their new side story event, Here a People's Cells Part 1. I gotta go ahead and get through this. I've been so busy recently, I haven't been able to. Ash Echoes has officially released in Hong Kong, Taiwan, and Macau.
I've heard of this game. Did I see gameplay of this game and I was actually kind of intrigued? I can't remember. I can't put the gameplay to the name, but I think I was. When we're getting a global release then?
This is a game I definitely got to test out. I've been looking forward to this, like I was sort of Convallaria. Sega has officially registered a website domain in Japan for Persona 5 The Phantom X. There has been no information released outside of that at this point. Punishing Grey Raven released their new Everglowing Justice EP. It is very good. I strongly urge, like, okay, let me.
We need to get back on PGR as well. What I did play of it, I kind of like the game.
Let me just.
People are saying the story is really good as well.
I think produces some of the best music in gacha. You might not like the game, but you can't deny they.
That's a big statement, that is, because there's quite a few gacha games that have got some insane scores. You know, I think Wuthering Waves has got good music. Zenly Zone Zero's got really good music. Sorry, I make up him. Star Rail's got some amazing music. Star Rail and Genshin, like just like, in my opinion, just insanely. Like they're just absolutely smashing it in the music department, just killing it. Then again, though, Zenly Zone Zero's really good as well, and you know. Wuthering Waves is no slack in that department as well. There's like quite a few bits of music in that game. They're like, damn, this is beautiful.
Push out some really good music, which I know is a direct result of them working with Vanguard, but even so. A PV for, and God, I hate this name, Reverse Blue Rebirth End has been released. I don't know.
Yeah, dude, some of these names are wild, and I don't know if they're just like direct translations sometimes, but like, you'd think that they'd come up with different names, you know, like, what the fuck is that for a name for a video game, man? You're just gonna call it Reverse Blue at the end of the day, aren't you? What the hell?
What it is about Japan, but they have the weirdest names for their games. Yeah, the game. Yeah, Zenless Zone Zero, at the time of recording this, has not released their version 1.1 special program yet, but they are planning to very soon. By the time this video goes live, it will have gone live. I strongly urge you to, if you're interested in potentially playing 1.1, go on over, check their live stream out, or just wait for someone to recap the entire thing. Azure Lane is...
That's exactly what we'll do.
Previewed images for the upcoming Dorm feature. Holy crap. Yeah, if you're not an Azure Lane player, you will be. Unending Dawn has been pretty quiet for the last year.
Okay, this is one that I'm actually interested in. I like the look of this game. You know, a Souls-light kind of attempt from a gacha game. Unending Dawn looks interesting. It looks like the combat is like... It's fast-paced, but it looks like it's going to be a little bit more on the end of... I don't know how to describe it, but you know, like the Souls-like type of combat where you're going to have to really be locked in on individual fights rather than just going through a swarm of enemies, which I'm here for, because I think the gacha genre as a whole is just the gambler side of things, isn't it? I think there's plenty of ways that gacha games have an ability to go into other sub-genres to do something a little bit different as well as being like a game that's casual that you can hop in, hop out, do daily sort of stuff, and then just bounce.
However, at China Joy 2024, they previewed 17 minutes of PS5 gameplay, new gameplay. And the game is looking pretty good.
Interesting that they're showing on PS5 as well first.
I'm going to do a dedicated video covering this, where they've been, what's been going on. If you guys are interested, just hold out. Nornium's closed beta test was delayed.
Dude, this game looks fucking wild, this Nornium. You're basically fucking waifus that can transform into freaking mechs in space, and I'm here for it. It looks so insane, but I'm so here for it.
The game was apparently rejected on Steam for the 3rd time. They confirmed that this was due to incompetence. They didn't really understand what they were doing. They do plan on hopefully remedying this at a future time, theoretically sometime this month. And
okay, wait a minute. Hold up. Let me just go back. Beta delay announcement due to our lack of experience. Respect. The game encountered some technical problems during the Steam review submission stage. Currently, it has been rejected for the 3rd time, and each rejection requires a few days of re-review. Therefore, we have to announce the delay of the game test. The original test date was July 27, but the current change is unknown. Additional delay compensation, Metropolitan Air tickets times 10. Hey, I respect that you know, that they're like, yo, it's not happening because we're kind of new to this. I like that, because like sometimes when this sort of stuff happens on Steam, people like to blame Steam, or if something doesn't get, they don't get the certification for PlayStation, you hear developers kind of coming out and alluding, well, it's all on them. But that's nice to see that, like, you know what, we hold our hands up, we're new to all this, we're learning. That's cool.
And finally, Tribe9 has sent out beta test invites for those of you that are interested in playing. I am myself. Every new gacha game is a game that I want to play. It doesn't matter how bad it is. Now, if none of this is of any interest to you, though, absolutely no problem. I got you covered for 2 different videos on screen right now that might be more up your alley.
The intro never fails to get me, man. I mean, the outro, sorry. Yeah, another good video from Sixo. Bunch of news there, covering everything, really. I'm still really interested to find out what happened with the whole Wuthering Waves situation on iOS. Hopefully we find out soon. And if it did really impact revenue. I'm guessing it didn't majorly impact it, but be interesting. All right, let's jump into some tough then, shall we, boys and girls? Because it's getting on, and I want to play some video games, y'all. But yeah, we're going back to am I gacha exclusively? Nah, not at the minute. I just like kind of waiting for something that's like gonna pull me in. I'm waiting for Throne and Liberty to come out. I'm waiting for the new version of New World to come out as well. I want to get back on Final Fantasy 14 and Guild Wars 2. They're 2 games I do want to play again. I do want to get back and play some Tom Clancy's Division. I've been kind of getting an itch for Valorant recently, but I do want to play some Spectra Divide. I did get access to the playtest, but missed it because it was only a short playtest and I missed it. Sucks. But that game looks a lot of fun. You guys know I like me some competitive shooter action. And that looks really good, that does. Like 3v3, but everybody's got like a second body, which is kind of cool. And you can switch between them like real time. Looks interesting. The visuals are really cool on the game as well. I love the art style. And I'm also waiting for Arena Breakout as well. So yeah, there's a few games that I'm waiting for that have got nothing to do with gacha games, but it's just at the minute. So it's like kind of catching my fancy. Like I'm enjoying the anime aesthetic of the games because I do love me some anime, and they're very casual games as well, aren't they? So I can just hop in, hop out. You know, works at the streaming at the moment and the videos that I'm making as well. But I am a big fan of Wuthering Waves, so like big fan of Wuthering Waves. That is my favourite game at the moment. Yeah, let's get into Terra Fantasy as a Wuthering Waves player. So far, I've been having fun. Let me just let you know, I am playing the 1.0 version of the game, which I know a lot of people are like, dude, skip it. It fucking sucks. But I kind of want to experience the game as everybody else did when the game came out, for better, for worse. If it's that bad, will probably skip it. But I want to try and get through it. So far, I haven't been hating it. I've really actually been kind of having a bit of fun with it. Don't get me wrong, it's not as polished as Wuthering Waves. It can be a little bit jank, the animations, all that sort of stuff. But, you know, it's got a charm that I appreciate at the moment. So, yeah, okay, yeah. Music's quite nice as well in parts of this game, actually. I'm not gonna lie, some of it actually kind of slaps. Kind of slaps. Is there anything I can get there? Wuthering Waves just wants you to play it. I get my dailies done and I can't stop playing for at least a little while. Dude, yeah, man, the game's sick. I like it. I really like the game. I can't wait till it comes to PlayStation as well, so people on PS5 can get it to experience it, you know. I think it's a game that more people... what? Obtain now. Use 0. Wait, what? What did I... Did I get that for free? It said use 0, didn't you? Was it a little freebie? It was a little freebie, was it? It's a little cheeky freebie, yeah? Okay. Should we do some of these? What's this here? Complete the Venus Lucky Card. Obtain Lin. Event countdown 17 days. Did you see that Jackass in the comments of one of your videos? He was saying I was a lolly pervert just because I mentioned Verena and my team needing a... Yeah, dude, some people are weird, aren't they? I like that. Yeah, he was saying that with all the stuff that's going on Chris Tyson, it's like, way to fucking go west, bro. I like that thing in Terra Fantasy. You get rewards, and if you miss some days and didn't do dailies, not full rewards, but still just don't feel like you lose a lot by not playing. Yeah, I appreciate that when games like this do that, where they're not like, you're getting punished for not being here. Which for me, like, I felt like that was kind of like Genshin. You know, and even the rewards you do get, man, just feel so paltry. That was one of the big things of Garrail when they brought in the what's it called? I forgot what it was called now. You know, basically like your storage for your stamina. So like, if you had a few days off, you could you'd stacked up. I like that, and I'm glad that they're bringing that to Wuthering Waves as well. I think that's a good thing, that is. You know, respect people's time a little bit. You know, obviously you want people to be playing daily because then they're more likely to spend. I get that from the developer, but also say, look, you know, we're not gonna punish you for having a few days off. We're gonna make you feel wanted, you know, come back when you come back, kind of thing. I like that. All right, let's pull some of these, yeah. Oh, do you know what film I watched again last night? Freaking, The Truman Show. Rosie never watched The Truman Show. I couldn't believe it, man. I was like, what the fuck, dude? Never watched The Truman Show. This is why you play storage, yeah. Why you play storage. You never seen The Truman Show? Oh, dude, you should watch it. It's a good film. I love that film. This is Terra Fantasy, Chris. We're just doing a few pulls. Question. How do I know when it's a good pull from the animation? Like, what's the crack? I don't know, I'm assuming so, but I don't know what the... Change your colour to purple or gold. Right, okay. the music wind up makes you think everything's going to be epic. Yeah, I respect that. That's one thing I like about this. I like it in Wuthering Waves as well. That's one of my biggest issues with Zenless Zone Zero. I don't know, it's just totally a gamba side of things, and it's just all psychological, and it's part of the predatory part of these games. But the fucking pull thing in Zenless Zone Zero is such a, like, letdown. Like, the music, the whole thing, it's just like, ugh, you know? I don't feel like I'm like, come on! You know, the monkey part of my brain. Where with this stuff, I'm proper like, woo, 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 you know? Oh, it's purple. It's purple. And Thunderous Halberd. Hey, I've got that, haven't I? I've already got that. It's a copy, yeah. It's a copy. Okay, cool. So the way this works in this game, from what I've seen so far anyway, because you create a character at the start, you don't get characters, so to speak. You get the weapon and the character skins attached to the weapon. So you're actually getting the weapon with a cool skin to go along with it. In a way, you are getting the character, I guess, but you don't actually have to, you can have the weapon without the character, if that makes sense. So I can put the character on the weapon on my character without the skin. I made that sound super complicated, but it's really not. Let me have a look actually what their copy does. I've got 6 balls left yet. Give them a second. Simulacra, yeah.
Are we starting a new journey?
Where do I look? Do I go into the weapon bit, do I? So, I have the Thunderous Halberd, yeah. So, Matrix level is low. Wait, do I have the star or what? I just got it, yeah. So, what the... Upgrade. Advance. What's this here? Rank 1. Does that do that then? Fusion core. I'm guessing that's what that is, yeah. Ah, yeah. Increase shatter by 15% after shattering the target shields. Increase all teammates' attack by 15% for 30 seconds. This cannot be stacked. Okay. Alright. Okay, but I need to level up my matrices, yeah. I need to get some more matrices. Because I don't have any, really. We do those up, actually. Let's develop one. It's auto-selecty. Why not? All the way, baby. All the way. I don't know if we really should do that. Probably not a good idea to do that. Probably burning quite a lot of mats that we shouldn't really be burning there, because we could probably get a lot better stuff, you know. Current weapon level is too low. Let's upgrade this as well then, shall we? Yeah, boy. Oh, wait. Oh. Oh, okay. Okay. That's kind of cool. Limited orders. What the fuck? How does that work then? I don't know. I'm still overwhelmed with all the systems in the game at the moment. You know, I'm not quite there at the moment with everything. I'll get there. A lot to take in, you know? We'll figure it out. Hold on a second. Free pool pit. Oh. Other things. Okay. Let's keep doing what I'm doing at the moment. Let's not confuse my little brain. It's already struggling. Okay, Zero. Nice. Combat blade. Frosted spear. I feel like this is a good one. It's gonna be a purple or more. No, it's not. Alright, this is the one. What's the pity on this game as well? Guaranteed SSR in 30 special orders. Okay, this is, I'm guessing, just a special. What was this? That was very muted. Okay, she looks kind of cool, actually. Let's keep going on this one, though. So, wait a minute. What's 80? Okay. So, it's pretty much the same as Wuthering Waves, then. 10 orders. 80 orders is hard pity. What's soft pity, then? Is it around 65 or something? What's going on, Cole? Can I save limited pools for next? They're the red ones, yeah. You didn't lose, but yeah, I heard somebody else mention that. That's kind of cool, that is. So what does that mean then? So say you got one early, you get, say, I don't know, let's just say you get one on 30 pulls. You're guaranteed to get another one at 50? Is that what that means? Like 50 more, should I say? You know, so 80 is what I mean. That's sick. That's sick, that is. That's pretty cool. Alright, what was he doing then? Let's track our mission. Oh, I don't think I'm gonna make that, boys. This might be problematic, lads. Wait a minute. Are we not losing stamina by climbing? Oh my days. Is this another game that's got better traversal than Genshin? Are you shitting me? Let's go, big W. Hold on, big W. Calm down. Calm down. It's over. It's over. You can buy one more after 110 in total. You can buy carrots in the shop after 110, 120 pulls on their respective banners. Okay, alright. So it seems like quite a generous system then. I've never got a good system in Neverness to Everness. Yeah, I was going to say, totally new to the game, so like I'm still overwhelmed by all the systems and such, you know what I mean? Especially with the added element of this being like an MMO and there's a little bit of extra there. I know it's like an MMO, you know, diet MMO, but you know what I mean. Dude, I love this. Come on, titties. It's like as you go up, the teachers go. I'm a child. I know, but it's funny. One thing I don't like though is my boobs have been nerfed in the cutscenes because I went for the maximum, you know, ridiculous. Like, look at them, just maximum style, and then in the cutscenes they're nerfed. It's like, come on, bro. Wait a minute, we're not going to Vera, are we? Because that's going to take us to the new area where we don't need to do that yet, do we? We were doing that search shelter 201, weren't we? That's what we were doing. Damn. My bad. My bad, chat, my bad. Because I wanted to do like as much in 1.0 that I could deal with. People said to skip it, but I kind of want to experience it. It's like you can get lucky and get characters and 2 copy in 110, or not be lucky and just buy it on 110. It's guaranteed for sure to get what you want. That's good then. I like that. Right, dude, look at him. Just look at him, man. Impressive. Can I fast travel to where I need to go to? Where am I going to? Oh, is this where I'm going? Oh, shit, that's kind of far, yeah. Okay. You got it, flaunt it, right? I got it from my mama. Oh, dude, I went over there. Did I not get any, things to fast travel to? I've already been to there. Is that the thing I can use to fast travel to? Should we go get that first? Oh. How do I use, oh, shit. Shit. What is it? Oh, shit. Oh, man, I'm gonna die. Huh. Why can't I use my, why can't I use my, wakeboard thing? Oh my god, dude. Is it because I was exhausted? You perverts. Claire's Dream Machine. What's this? Welcome to your company issued Dream Machine by allowing users to experience a high degree of lucidity in their dreams. Yeah, it's going too fast for me. And would you like to immerse yourself in a dream? Not right now, no. The Dream Machine will always be available should you change your mind. Goodbye for now. Okay. There we go. That's what I wanted to do. Have you seen the latest fantasy character? She has a moveset similar to Dante's. I haven't, no. Oh shit, what am I doing here? I don't know what this is. Is this some sort of instance? Is this like a raid? Or a dungeon? I think I've already been in here. Whatever, man, let's do it. Come on, boys. Yeah, going back to the Truman Show, though. You should watch that film. It's good, man. Nice. I gotta get, I guess I need fire to do that, yeah. I gotta, get used to the weapon switch. I like as well how there's a carry animation. Little thing. It's a little bit jank, but I like that. There's transition animations in this game as well, which is kind of nice. You know, they might not look the best, but I appreciate them being there. It's like a lot of other games don't do that. They'll just have your character standing there, and then it's like it's in their pocket kind of thing. You're not really a Jim Carrey fan? Oh, fair. That's fair. It's not the typical Jim Carrey movie, though, if that's anything to go off. Sorry, I had to prep the steaks for grilling tonight. We're getting hit by a huge storm. I could result up to 15 inches of rain. No worries, Squire. Welcome back. I'm guessing I need to get in there, don't I? I have no fire though. I don't think I have any fire weapons anyway. Do I? I don't know. Oh, that's a flame weapon though. Could I use that? To break those vines? I'm assuming I can, yeah. Oh shit. Yeah, boy. You just look at them. Ridiculous. Oh yeah, I need that to put on the platform, don't I? Okay. Hurricane Debbie, he's gonna drop the hammer. Drop 15 inches on your ass. Well, hopefully it doesn't cause any damage anyway, dude. You stay safe. I don't get in there. Okay, alright, okay. Big jank. Why can't I use my oh, it's a charger. We need to find a I can drop down there. I can't go up there though. Quite like the fireball though. I'm not really worried about the rain as much and the huge trees on our property if they get heavy enough. Yeah, dude, yeah. It's a wind really that does all the damage, isn't it? Well, obviously flood damage is one thing, you know, and he's probably worse. But when it comes to that sort of stuff, man, it is the wind, isn't it? You really want to watch out for rooting trees and such. Debris through the windows, etc. Get fucked, bro. Get fucked. Wait, ready? Now, how do we get into that last one though? That's the question. Like, what did this do when we put this on here? Like, could we use that? Oh, maybe we can use this one on here. Maybe potentially. I don't know. Let's try it. Big gal. I don't know what that actually. Oh, okay. Okay, so we need that on there, right? How do we open this though? Because we need that. Hold that up. But maybe if I bring that one from out over there. Yeah. Okay, let's do that then. I'm guessing we're gonna. Yeah, let's do that. Question is though, did this open that door? No. It opened something though. So he could drop down there. Okay. Would we climb up there? Oh, we'd have been stuck if he could have, so don't want to do that. Alright, you come back with me. This is my very... Well, I've played it on Friday. But this is my first time playing the game. I never played it before. Apart from Friday. I'm like, what? Play for about 5 hours or something like that. I can check on Steam in a minute, actually. What do you mean to that? Can we break that? What you doing up there, buddy? Ooh, took a big hit. Oh, and again, and again, and again. Yo, I don't think I'm anywhere near able to deal with this guy, because I'm doing cool to this dude. How do I, there we go. That healed me when I switched to it like that. Oh, okay. Calm down, I'm gonna... Oh, he keeps catching me that last one. Ah, fuck your shield, bro. Fuck your shield. Do I get heals when I'm hitting the damage on that healing weapon? Eat roll, eat roll, eat roll. Oh, dude, I'm taking... Wow, my God, way too much damage here. Oh, my God, I'm nearly dead. Dodge cooldown. Eat. Oh, I've got a cooldown on my stim. Oh, I need to stand in that, yeah. I'm guessing if I don't stand in that... Oh, shit. Run away. Oh, dude, I thought I dodged that. I got smashed. I kind of want to fight him. I'm not really leveled enough, I think, to deal with him. Because we're doing quite a little bit of damage, but low level damage to say. But I think we can. We need to switch back to our other bow, don't we? Because we're using this trash bow. You know, we're getting him down there. I need to, how does the heals work on this then? Let's upgrade it. Oh, is it because I'm unable to use his function now? Is it because I'm near combat? Can I do it? Was it because I'm in this instance, potentially? I'm guessing it's because I'm in this instance, yeah. Alright. Oh, shit, my heals. I need to heal up, boys. I need to heal up. My heals out anyway. Alright, let's get healed up and then we'll go again. Have you played this game before? Oh, sorry, I've read that. What happened to the gacha one? No, I need to get some videos uploaded to it. I've been concentrating on getting stuff up to the main channel recently. Okay, so I'm just getting that from being inside this circle, yeah. Right, okay. How long does it carry on for? Can I get it from heals from any other attack? I guess no, I guess it's just from that heavy enhanced attack or whatever it is, so to speak. Alright, let's heal up one more time before we go back in. Dodges here don't give damage immunity. Oh, you can perfect dodge just once for like 20 seconds or so. Oh, okay, thank you. Alright then. That's interesting. I can't believe it's 25 past 3 already. What in the fuck? Oh, give me them heals. Give me them heals. Alright, let's go again. Let's try again. Let's go get fucked up again, I guess. I thought I dodged that. I fucked that up big time. Yeah, combat definitely feels a lot more MMO-esque, you know? Shit. Fucked up then. What's up? Be a bitch boy. Be a bitch boy with the ball from a distance, right? Ooh, 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 ooh. I like the up close titty shot though. I'm a fan. I'm a fan. I am a fan. Hey, what's going on, Popeye? Welcome to the stream. It's like that, pussy. I quite like the design of that character as well, that enemy. It's kind of cool. I enjoyed that. I enjoyed that. Don't get me wrong. Coming from WuWa, I'm gonna potentially be making comparisons constantly, which might piss people off. But combat's not as good as Wuthering Waves. It's a different kind of combat, but I like it. I'm kind of enjoying it, man. That was fun. We did go for the pussy mode of the range, but you know, it is what it is. We gotta do what we gotta do, right? How you doing anyway, though, Popeye? Welcome to the stream. Okay, what is my fast travel thing? What do I need to do so I can fast travel back here? I've already been here once. I wasn't able to fast travel back here. What do I need to hit to do that? I need to do like a tower, don't I? To like Assassin's Creed style, yeah, to open up the map. What's that? High cross decryption system. Perfect decipher, force decipher. I don't know what the fuck this is. Okay. Is that the triangle thing near me? It's a stronghold, yeah. Like almost on me. Not stupid. I'm probably being super dumb here. Is it this thing? I think that's it, yeah. This here. Yeah, okay. Ah, the spaceship, that's it. So they're basically like resonance beacons, yeah? Okay. Let's head to this shelter then, I guess. Let's go. Running nearby. I can hit up. There's one here. Where's this place we gotta go to? So let's hit here first, then, shall we? Open them up as we go. Yeah, dude, I like the characters in the town so far. They actually make the town feel quite alive. They seem to be doing their own thing. You know, they don't seem to just be standing around. I'm here for that. How far do they follow? Yeah, baby. Let's get the next one, shall we? We'll hit this one and then we'll head in. Anime girls on futuristic motorbikes. Alright, okay. That might be a good idea to go up this way. Yeah, I think we're going to need to go up. Alright, Chris, no worries, buddy. Thank you very much for stopping by. I hope you have a great day yourself as well, buddy. See you later. Excuse me, coming through. Sorry. Actually, I want to fight that thing, don't I? Can we get a chance for a mount part drop there? I think Kat was saying that. You know a game I'm looking forward to coming out as well, totally different to this, Nivalis. I don't know if any of you guys have ever heard of it. It's like, it's basically like, I suppose it's like a spiritual successor, but not really, to Cloudpunk. But it's set in the same city. I'm looking forward to it. So what's the difference here between Perfect Decipher and Forced Decipher? Am I having to use something to... Oh. I'm having to use something for the Perfect Decipher, yeah. Okay. Guess I'll use it for this one. Gotcha. Gotcha. What's this thing? Chest over here. Actually managed to freeze himself. You fucking dumbass. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, I'll say, because, Kat did mention that last time we played. She said if you, attack those, there is a small chance you can get a mount part. I don't think we can do anything with that at the moment, but I'm guessing we can. Poultry egg. That was quite good actually, isn't it? I might as well go in first then, I guess. HT-201 shelter. 1 Right, Vincent, greetings, friends. Could you help me with something, please? Sir, can I help? Vincent's request for help. By Ling.
Sorry, I don't recognize you.
I'm a veteran player, but I enjoy these. I'm glad you do. Yeah, I'm a noob. Straight noob.
Is this shelter 201? I need to speak with your leader. That will be me.
The only men I'm interested in are the ones with huge boobs. Ha ha.
Banges has not heard from you for days. What happened?
The hyenas attacked us, and
Heard her.
lost power supply, food, medicine, and water. The comm is also too damaged to contact anyone.
I need you to help me find someone named Sean. Mr. Colidor told me this is where he is.
Sean?
Is that green thing?
We don't have a Sean here. Maybe I'm mistaken. I'll ask around.
Thank you. Meanwhile, I can help you with problems in the shelter. Just let me know.
Water supply is currently our biggest concern.
Dude, I like her
Only
character
purifier
design. She's
broke
like pretty
down,
fully
and we
clothed,
need
and
a
then
new
she's just
filter.
like exposing
On
her
top of that,
thong
There's
straps.
no power supply to run
I like
anything.
it.
The hyenas hijacked all of our spare parts. We have to get the filter back.
No problem. Just give me their coordinates and I'll get the stuff back for you.
I don't know if that was going to hurt me if I did that. You take quite a bit of full damage in this game, don't you? Am I here? I'm fighting these dudes again, yeah? Device required for filtering. Oh, I've got to get 4 parts. Okay. Can do. Can do. Give me that. That big boy over here. Hey, bro. No, not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. And from an MMO standpoint as well, as some MMOs go, I've had much worse starts in MMOs in terms of like the content being interesting.
Thank you. As soon as the power supply is restored, the purifier will start working again. The shelter has a total of 3 wind turbines. They're all damaged during the attack, but we don't have the tools to repair them.
But what about our lack of tools?
We lost all of our inventory during the attack. We'll just have to try our luck in Banges.
That sounds more like a G-string than a thong, yeah.
We can return to Banges and ask Crow for help with tools.
Please, I'll keep
And
my
you know
ears to
what?
the ground
She's
for news on
way
Shorekeeper.
less annoying than Paimon. I thought that character was going to piss me off, but so far she hasn't. Now, to be fair, the game hasn't thrown her down our throat so far, which, you know. Let's find Crow's missing tools first while we're here. Oh, what's that? Oh, wait. Upgrade the suppressor once. Okay. Reach Wanderer level 30. So is that what we are? We're a Wanderer. Okay, let's upgrade to fee 1.2. Okay. So many attacks. Plus 21, plus 19 resistance, plus 13 resistance, should I say. Gain no HP. Upgrade again. Yeah, I like that about her. Like, when I first saw it, I was like, oh, dude, another Paimon. Are you kidding me? I thought I was going to absolutely hate her. But yeah, she's used sparingly, which I respect that. I'm assuming that I can get different kinds of suppressors as well. Oh. Yeah, it looks like we can here. How do you get that then? Reach Wanderer level 21. So is it worth upgrading this one then? Yeah, people are saying keep my premium for the next banner, yeah. My premium pulls. Was the next banner going to be good? Mission board in the shelter. Missions from the residents are posted here. Hunt Delta Mouse Jed. Let's go to that. Delta Mouse Jed, one of the leaders of the hyenas, has set up a hyena stronghold at the basin of the bottom of the mountain. No, I want to... Oh, sweet. I can do it like... Oh, cool. Yeah. Didn't realise I could scroll through them there. I thought I could only look at the ones that was on screen. Okay, I like that. You finish when you move to the next one? Right, okay. Thank you. Appreciate you veterans of Terra Fantasy as well, giving me the info in chat. I need to go back now, yeah? Okay. And these seem very MMO type quests. Go down here, grab that thing for me. Can you come back now? I'm surprised I haven't had to kill like 15 wolves yet. Yeah, I am looking forward to Throne of Liberty as well. Now, I know a lot of people have got issues with the game, but like, what I played in the game, I've kind of enjoyed it, man. I'm looking forward to the full release. And I know it's more based around PvP and guilds and such, which is kind of like the opposite to what I'm into, but I'm still looking forward to it. What you defeated Jed, Yes is the Fury Core he dropped, so it is. Haha, you're a good young man. I can count on more work for you. Thanks for gendering me. He's a bigot. We found the bigot. We found the bigot. See, get him on Twitter. Wait a minute. There we go. Get him on Twitter. Where's the sandworm? Fetch quests can be annoying, yeah, they can. It's not an MMO though if we ain't got fetch quests, you know? Oh. Ow. now see humongous aberrant sandworms that wander the dunes for food. Very apprehensive of flame attacks. Or just punch them in the face attacks as well. Dude, this music reminds me of a game. I can't think what it is. So I guess I can't call my vehicle when I'm on like a slope, steep incline. What's so special about holograms in WuWa? I've yet to beat one. I'm leaning towards. It's just like the you get rewards from them. It's just like the end game sort of content, and it's like the difficult content in the game. Like, so like the first couple, like 1 or 2 or even 3, are not like hard really at all. They're a bit harder than other stuff in the game. But, like when you start to get to 4, 5, and 6, like that's when it starts to ramp up, and it's like, oh, okay, I gotta lock in now, and I gotta like, you know, I gotta have my A game on, my A team on the go. You know, I gotta be making sure like and they also like they have different mechanics as well. So there is that, like they'll do different attacks that they don't do in the rest of the game. I think they do some of those attacks in the Tower of Adversity actually, but yeah, you'll be like fighting them, and you'll go up to like level 4 or 5, and you'll be like, wait a minute, what the fuck? This is new, you know? Here we go. Let's do this one for Vincent as well, yeah. The shelter supplies are running low, and the hyenas are occupying the nearby areas, so we have no food. Do you think you can help us? Of course, I'll take care of the hyenas first and bring back some food afterwards. And we're going back down there again, yeah? You know. It's a totally skippable. Yeah, they don't affect the story at all. Bragging rights, really, and if you want to try and get yourself some extra mats. And you can put emotes in chat. I like that. Seen a lot more English in chat today. I know you can switch to English chat, but it was all Russian the other day. But yeah, you can skip that shit. It just so happens, lads, the nearby team want me to keep kicking the shit out of you guys, so here we are. I do apologise, but you know, you gotta get punked up. Okay. Oh, just gotta kill him. Dude, the bowl's kind of sick, you know. Where's the rest of them? You going over there? I counted. Here we go. No, that's a person. Not the player, yeah. Dragon boy. Ooh, piece of candy. Piece of candy. Yeah, you get. I think I can't remember how many asteroids you get now from That's cool. cool. Ooh, look at that. He's a gaddy. Now, where are these last couple of dudes, bro? I'm not seeing them. That other guy killed them. Or what? Shall I leave and come back and hope that something more will spawn? I guess. He's got a little... Ah, here we go. Alright, 2 more, man. 2 more. 2 more. I'm reckoning these dudes probably murdered him, yeah. So, like, can we exit and enter after a respawn, potentially? Will this count? Oh, it counts? Okay. Thought it might be classed as being outside. We should just kill this dude over here as well, then. Alright. Thank you. Appreciate it. Some guys will be really strict. It's like, now he's outside the town. That doesn't count. Or he's outside the settlement. Clearly, the Hoyoverse stronghold managed to bring back a few resources for the shelter. You and your people should be able to harvest the land without any more problems. You saved us all. Kind stranger, thank you for your help. Okay, let's go. Let's go. No, not go to Vero. Find Crow's tools. Should we get these? Get these first, yeah. So we can at least fast travel then. It's kind of close to this little town, isn't he? Dude, one thing I like about this game though, old women look like old women, man. I really like the design of the old lady. That looks sick. A little pug as well. Was it a Frenchie? Let's hit this up. Main thing here is it show you possible area, but it's fine if you kill mobs on the other side of the map. It works for any quest, if not. Oh, okay. That's cool then. Yeah, I hate it when some games are like, oh, we need you to kill the enemies in this area. But then, like, there's a dude who's literally standing 3 foot outside the settlement, and he's like, that doesn't count. Like, oh, come on, game. Be nice now. Be nice. We're going back to, town, yeah? Don't be mean to me. Hiccups, man. Dude, my boobs are ridiculously huge, man. It's insane.
Good to see you again. I'm wondering if you can help me with something. The wind turbines at 201 are broken. Do you have any tools that we can use to repair them?
201. Oh, where Bailing is. Did something happen again? As for tools, let's see. Do have a set. Here, take it.
Oh, thanks.
Don't mention it. Just think of it as thanks for fixing the lanterns. Anyway, you should go back. They're waiting for you, aren't they?
Trained calves so hard last Thursday, like so hard that they're still wrecking now. Like if I sit down for any period of time, the first few steps after getting up, it's like, oh, my calves are screaming. It's insane. Like I did train them really hard, like, but it's like, dude. That's cheeky. Really? Ooh, nearly. Hey. We fixed it up, chat. We fixed it up. We did a good deed. What a hero. Really hard, so 2 car races and quit for 20 minutes, right? Nah, I trained hard, man. Trained hard. I've been getting back into legs, so, like, ever since I went for surgery. I haven't been training legs much. So, I've been training, but I haven't, like, just been squatting. I actually got back into squatting last week, and Jesus, man. Like, squatting ain't no joke. So I was feeling that, but, like, I trained my calves hard Thursday. It's not any flex at all. It's like full stack, because like full stack on your calves ain't shit, because it's easy to full stack your calves, really. Yeah, man, I'm feeling it. Get up in the morning, first few steps, I'm like, oh my god, dude, what the hell is going on? I'm getting lovely cup of tea. Alright. I'll do this last one then. That's what I need to start doing, man. I need to start getting back on my cardio. I'm in my cardio. I'll start doing it now. Oh, dude, that reminds me, like, I'm getting like Capsule Corp vibes off that. Yeah, I've been slacking big time cardio. I was doing like a daily 5k, bro. I've been drinking too much recently, man. The last fucking week and a half, I've drank nearly every single day.
It's done. I wonder if Eileen found any clues.
Let's go back and ask her.
Got some new boots. New shoes? New shoes? Yeah, that's why I have to put like a YouTube video on all. Put my earbuds in and listen to some on my phone. I get bored as well.
I fixed all 3 generators, so the shelter should have power now.
Great. We have clean water again. About Sean, I asked around, but no one's heard of him.
Did I get the name wrong and it wasn't Sean?
There's another possibility. Not too long ago, several miners dropped by the shelter. All of them fled the Crown Mines. I barely knew them, but maybe one of them is who you're looking for?
I'm gonna find
you
them.
can check out their temp
Focus
housing
in on
over
them.
there.
Temp housing. Hey, what's an MMO without mines, right? Oh, I can do this on the ground as well. Oh, sweet. I could only do that on the water. You know, I'm liking these capsule corp houses. This is sick. November 3rd, sunny, dug up lots of fine iron ore today. President Collidor sure is a visionary. I'm happy with everything I got today, despite my complete exhaustion. Finally, I don't need to work my fingers to the bone for Kim. Okay, fair play, dude, fair play. Love to see it. Dude's doing well for himself. Good on his day's work.
Hi, do you know a Sean Garville?
Chucky? Where's my Chucky?
The dog.
Chucky? I was wondering if you knew a Sean Garville? Do you know where he is?
Chuck, are you Chucky?
Well, never mind. I'll ask someone else.
You dumb bitch.
Tell Chucky to come back. It's not safe out there.
Thing that is not so much players, it's some point kind of good. Remember PCML streaming starts as like 500 people running on. Yeah, man. I quite like. That's one thing I do like about the start of an MMO. You know, when you go into 10, it's just packed. That's one thing you still get in like Final Fantasy 14. You know, you go into Limbs and it's packed. But yeah, like the release week of an MMO is
one of the miners.
an
I know
experience.
Armadillo, Tamir, and Redford, but I don't know a Sean.
Okay, thanks. I'll try someone else.
Dude was gesticulating hard. I don't know of a Sean.
Sean? I do know a Sean, but probably not the Sean you're looking for, since he died years ago.
Oh, that's not good.
As for him being a miner, you sure you got the name right?
Maybe it was Sheen.
Maybe
Scene,
I did get it wrong.
You know? I don't know.
Did
I
Sean
remember when
not
I was a
use his
kid,
real name
I
either?
thought Sean was Scene. And I remember the very first time I saw Sean Bean's name. I mean, a little kid. And I was like, his name's
So,
Scene
did you
Bean.
find
That's a weird
Sean?
name.
I only found his journal, and anyone who might know him said they didn't.
Yeah, I was stupid.
So maybe he's here under another identity?
A false identity?
The only clue I have is a kid named Brian. He's living in the shelter. Do you know where he is?
You're looking for Brian? Well, I have no idea where he is either. You can ask his mother, Olivia.
The very first time I watched Shaw. What's this? An interactive command has been detected. Abnormal permissions. Check detected. Do you want to output the backup log? Alright. Querying input backup log for device DDR26. Abnormal output program. The recording has been interrupted. Data cannot be read further, and the system is now entering energy saving mode. Or Sean Bourne. Right?
You don't look like you're from around here. What trouble did Brian get into this time?
It's another big-handed
I told
lady.
him to stay home for a couple of days and not
I feel
to
like these
run
devs really
around.
like women with big hands. You know?
Actually, we just want to ask him a few questions, that's it.
He's on the lawn behind the house. Just turn the corner and you'll see. Would you like me to take you?
Yes.
It's okay,
I mean,
thank you.
No, it's alright. I like her eyes.
Are you Brian?
Unless there's a new kid named Brian in the neighborhood, that would be me.
Alright,
You
smart
fixed the
ass.
water purifier, right? I saw the whole thing. You wouldn't happen to be from Banja's dock, are you? I know you're here to see someone, but you asked the wrong guys. Uncle Ray and Moto have no idea who Sean is. As for Granny Linda, she's been off her rockers ever since Charles went missing and treating Sean like her lost son.
You know Sean?
Of course. He goes by the moniker Armadillo here. See that big warehouse over there? He's inside. But Miss Bai Ling doesn't let anyone get close. The security cams in the warehouse ran out of juice a long time ago. No one knows what's going on in there.
Why is he confined?
It's not just him inside. Many who are badly wounded or with damaged suppressors are in there too, waiting for provisions from Banjas. Hopefully it's not too late for them.
Well, is that kind of like what happened to,
Are you locking them in the warehouse and leaving them to die?
Shirley?
If you want to see Sean, you gotta go through Bai Ling first. The guards will let you in only with her permission.
Okay. It's kind of dark. The music switch. You need a number from the robot for the code for the chest near the old lady.
We located
Oh, okay.
Sean. He goes by Armadillo here and is confined in the warehouse.
He is Armadillo? Ryan told you everything, didn't he? Unfortunately, Armadillo has...
He didn't make it?
That's not it. When the power came back on, I checked the security camera and they already changed.
By that, you mean aberration, Miss Byling?
I figured if the provisions from Banjas get here in time, they'll be saved. But now...
You know what we have to
It's
do
kind of
if
like
we mutated.
zombifying in
But
a way.
they were my friends. I just can't...
They're no longer who you know. You can't keep monsters in the shelter forever.
All right. I'll get them to open the warehouse. Please help us deal with the... monsters.
The appearance in the warehouse escaped.
Perfect timing.
Don't panic. I'm really sorry that I haven't been able to lead you through this disaster. But these monsters are no longer our companions. We must eliminate them.
Wait a minute. Oh, dude, we fucked that one up. That looked like a kid. Oh, shit, you got snapped up. Oh, my God. What the fuck?
Thank you. We're safe now. But, Sean...
He accomplished his mission.
All of the Fallen were once my friends. I'll never forget the sacrifice they made. I'll do my best as a leader. I won't let anyone down.
You will certainly be an excellent leader, Miss Byling.
Thank you for everything you've done for us. The rebuilding is just getting started. You'll always be welcome here.
Alright. Okay. Alright. We're getting this thing, yeah? See, I've recently realised we have a brunch. We have a brunch, but we don't have something for lunch, dinner. I propose calling it either dunch or dinner. Luppa sounds creepy. Elevensies. What is it? In thingy. Second, what is it? Second breakfasts. Elevensies. Was it pre-supper or something? Right, dude, that's what I was just having a look at, man. It's like that outfit's like super like what's it, but it's like super hot at the same time. It's like, god damn. You know? I think it's the same effect that like stockings and that give, like, because it's like, ooh, you know, they're covering but they're showing. It's just like, Turn into a Kuma. Dear President Collada, after I escaped from the Crown Mines to Banjis, I was nothing but skin and bones. You were like a ray of sunshine in the storm of my life, and Theo the rainbow that appears after. Unlucky Sean. Oh. I'm speaking to Oliver. Oh, he. Oh. What's we do? What's this? Ah, fixing this chunk of junk. Hey, you over there? Bring me some crystals, would you? I can walk away the job right now. She's got rollerblades on. What's the thing I need to find now? To like open the map up now. Is it this thing? I think it's this thing, yeah. Oh shit, we got kind of got far. Alright, let's TP here then first. Let's do it. Yeah, dude. Did you get acting world? Huh? Hey, yo guys as well, remember if you're watching on YouTube, be sure to drop a like on the stream, it's very much appreciated. Helps out for the algo as well. Oh yeah, little FYI, I did upload a video earlier on, so go check that out. I'm going to try and get another video up as well today. I do plan to try and double stream today. Wasn't happy with the reactions that we got today, you know? I'm trying to see if I can get some more for uploading. Might upload the Wuthering Waves one. The others ones, you know? If I want to upload them. Where's that? Oh, it's in the tree. I like how climbing doesn't break your stamina and jumping does, but climbing doesn't. That's nice. And why does it seem that every other open world gacha, oh no, this is more of an MMO, have better traversal than Genshin, you know? I know it seems like we might be getting an addition to that in Genshin. No, but it's like it took so long. I don't know, how I opened that? I would have thought like Vault would have worked. Guess not. There's like 6 more on the arm, haven't you? Bro, chest is trolling me, dude. I'm kind of curious what happens if I force this. Is it like a percentage chance that it fails or something, is it? I'm curious to see. You still have keys for a perfect decipher. Oh. So I guess there's a potential of it failing, yeah? What's that? A common herb rooted in the underground petroleum veins. It is said that good stuff hides beneath the soil stored in the plant. Okay. I'm gonna have to go underneath. Nearly. Nearly. Force gives scrap, not really a reward. Oh, okay. All right. Nice one. Thanks for that. I'm liking the music as well in this game. Oh, shit. That nearly got messy. Welcome to your company-issued dream machine. By allowing users to experience a high degree of lucidity in their dreams, this device is capable of improving sleep. Go on then. Your dreams have no bearing on the real world, so please enjoy them as much as you like. Okay. What's this then? Okay. This looks interesting. Do you know what come into my mind then when we come into this area? Do you guys ever remember when I played that game? Oh, fuck, what was it called now, man? Was it... Phoenix? It was the Ubisoft game, and it was like, it had that like cute, adorable art style, and it was like an open world action platformer game. And it was like set in like in the, was it the Greek history? You know, like the Greek god pantheon, and you had like these dungeons that you went into that were somewhat like this. Oh, okay. What the fuck? I wasn't supposed to do that then? Okay. Gonna jump and dash. That character's hot as well. You seen a woman on a motorcycle wearing no panties? Jesus. Where's that? Might have to, I want to have a go at that again, because what the fuck did I do? So jumping across was insta-failed. Yeah, I'm liking the music and the audio in this game. Okay, that's weird. Why did I fail last time then? You like foul me before I even fell? That makes sense. Is that like a side problems? Dude, on a real, yeah, this is the sort of stuff that Wuthering Waves is missing, in my opinion. Like, it needs dungeons like this, where there's like a little bit of a light platforming, along with combat as well. Like, it really could benefit from this sort of stuff. This really does remind me of that game. She's on the back of it while a dude was putting gas in the tank. Oh! Nearly. She's tripping. Holy. Nearly. Okay. Oh, shit. I failed the time. Shit. I failed the time. Oh, well. Alright. Cool. Cool. I like that. Kind of cool. Alright, that was a cool little platforming thing. Yeah, man. Wuthering Waves could benefit from stuff like that. Like that. That's the sort of stuff that doesn't take much to add into the game. It's a cool little thing. I know we had the event, you know, the event, but that was whack. Yeah, man. Give me some dungeons, you know what I mean? What it dictates, I'm guessing that little bar showing how much we've cleared of this little area. Is it like picking up stuff like this that extends that bar? Or just clearing the guys out of here, does that do it? No, hard Basil Nels can't even do some of the running and gliding challenges in WuWa. Rule quality depends on your level and world level. At some point, you'll not see any more green stuff in dream machines. Right, okay. Plus, we did fuck up. We didn't get it done in time either, did we? Is that down below us? What's that? Oh, it's one of those things. Oh, you look cool. Nice. Give me that. Give me that. Hey, do you know what though? I'm looking forward to is it Alien Romulus? Is it Romulus? Looking forward to that. As somebody who's a fan of Alien and Aliens, I'm hoping that's going to be a good time. And I do want to check out the Borderlands film as well. Somebody who's never really been a Borderlands player. I'm not expecting much from it though. Yeah, it's worth it getting the Silence caskets. I've still got to get more myself. Alright, let's continue on. Let's get on our bike, shall we? Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. You, bro. Interrupting my flow, that didn't waste the card, did he? Yeah, it's that's his name, yeah, I forgot his name. It is, yeah. What's the other rewards as well? I'm good. Yeah, I've still got some to collect, I have. I've never got to collect, actually. quite liking the world in this game so far. I love that effect. Speak to this material group. You're looking at one more glance, I'll beat you up. Oh. Okay. What, who you talking to? Who you think you're talking to, mate? Who you think... Oh, here we go. Someone is online, please serve you obtaining terrain data. Let's do our Assassin's Creed thing. There we go. Awesome. Awesome. Shut it down then. Goes the tower. Back and equipment. Participating difficulty 2 joint operation to get more equipment. What's that? Is that like a raid? I mean. Okay, so I can enhance all that stuff. Probably not worth messing around with those, yeah? Choose on the following: booster frame 1, nano fiber frame 1, nano coating 1, acid proof glaze 1, fire core, iceberg, man core, rock core. Was that just gonna open it? Oh, charged fire elemental power give off a slight heat when melted down. Want that, don't I? So I've got a vault weapon. Wait, what? I don't know how many I'm gonna use. Develop from new technology to slightly improve weapon performance. I'm gonna spread this out between a couple of things, can I, or what? Okay, yeah, can you? What's this? Oh, box and select one of the SR relic shards in it, hovering cannon charge it. Okay. Fusing the advancing SR relic hovering cannon. Fusing the advancing the SR relic jetpack. Collect 20 shards to fuse the SR jetpack and it's almost gonna use. That's my nick. Oh, I don't fucking know, to be fair. I'll make the jetpack better. Should I do that? Okay. What's this? Use to pick one gift of your choice. Okay. Simple unadorned bar of gold. Even in this era of advanced technology, it still possesses a unique charm. Beautiful crystal ball contains some glowing simulated aquatic creatures that can move and shake and very popular among girls. First rare crystal has been finally carved into a piece of art. It is crystal clear under the sunlight and slightly blue in water. Jetpack is most useless. Oh, good. VIP season ticket for the Superior Grand Theatre allows you to watch all performances of the new season for free and provide you with I don't fucking know. A ticket, I guess? Let's get a gold bar? I don't know what I'm going to use them for. Okay. Holy shit, dude. Jesus. Can I zoom in? Oh my god. I think I might use these for a bit. I kind of like this outfit. When the hairstyle does not match the outfit, the hairstyle has been changed for you. Please confirm to change now. I don't do that. Oh, why has he changed my hairstyle though for, bro? Alright. Alright. Get banned. Get banned. You can make it transparent. Okay, a man of culture. I have no control on my camera. I got no control on the camera. Is that a bug? I've got no camera control. I can't move it all. Okay, that's weird. Alright, on that note though, anyway, guys, I'm going to have to call it there because it is 25 to 5. I've got to go and get Rosie from work. I do want to thank everybody who's come out today, man. I really do appreciate the continued support on the streams. Everybody who's been watching the videos as well over on the channel, thank you very much. If you would do so, if you would be so kind to do so, should I say, jump over to the channel. I uploaded a video today. Check it out. If you don't want to, just drop her a like. I'd appreciate that for the algo. Whatever, you know. If you want to watch it, it's a cool video, actually. Interesting topic. And hopefully I might try and get a video up today and double stream as well today. And then if not, I will be back in tomorrow to stream some more. Probably going to play some more Terra Fantasy. I do want to try and do some Wuthering Waves at some point today, though, if I can. But if not, we'll probably play some more Terra Fantasy because I'm enjoying the game and it's new. And it's always nice to play something new. So thank you to everybody for hanging out, guys. Again, if I don't see you later, maybe I'll see you tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your day. Stay safe. All that good stuff. And I'll catch you later. All right? Ta-ra.